This is Audible.
Made for You, written by J.P. Oliver, narrated by Max Christian. Chapter 1, Tyson. I didn't have much time to make an escape. I heard a lot of things while pretending to sleep in my hospital bed. The steady beeping of my monitor, the shuffling of a nurse I didn't dare open my eyes to look at, the police, 2 voices, standard procedure for them to stop by when a victim of a vicious mugging was taken into the emergency room, talking to Maxwell. Tyson came stumbling home like this, said he got jumped before he passed out. Maxwell said, I don't know. He's lying. I was good at faking sleeping. I was good at faking everything. Nearly 10 years with Maxwell had made sure of that. Faking was the norm with him. I always had to fake being okay, fake being happy, all the while deluding myself that he was always right. A mugging. He wasn't right about that, and he knew it just as much as I did. But still, he told his fabricated story to the cops, playing the role of concerned boyfriend expertly. He was good at faking too, faking being a good person, faking like he cared about me, like he didn't beat me into submission every opportunity he got. Look at him funny, and I got hit. Talk back to him, and I got hit. Maxwell Vincent could talk his way out of anything and could charm his way into anyone, cops included. Today's offense had landed me in the hospital. Another man had touched me, which was somehow my fault. The memory was terrifyingly fresh, yet somehow it seemed like it had happened years ago. The 2 of us had gone on a simple grocery run. He never let me go anywhere on my own unless he was feeling lazy and I was reduced from punching bag to errand boy. And I had the great misfortune of running into an old college friend. We hadn't spoken in years, but he recognized me. I remembered the feeling of recognition, the brief excitement of it, before it was snuffed out of me like blowing out a birthday candle. My one wish would have been that things had gone differently, that my old friend hadn't pulled me into the kind of hug you share with someone you were once close to. Anxiety bled through me. It didn't matter how obviously platonic the hug was. Max watched with a stiff jealousy, and I knew all too well. He made nice, all the while his hand on my shoulder tightly, possessively, a promise for later. I felt gutted and hollow as I introduced Maxwell and we forced small talk. I knew what was waiting for me back home. Max was more of a prison warden than a boyfriend, and he kept close as we shopped. Every aisle brought us closer to the privacy of our shared apartment. His apartment, he always reminded me. Not mine. The car ride back was silent and tense. I knew better than to try and explain it away. I knew it would be bad. Over nearly a decade, the routine was predictable. He'd slap me around, remind me it was my fault, and I'd go crawling back to him because I knew nobody else would ever take me or love me or want me. But this time was different. I didn't think it. Fucking look at that, he said, hand fisting tightly in my hair. You made a mess. Fucking slob. I was forced to the floor, cheek in the mess. I knew better than to fight back. I was too weak to hold my own with Maxwell, and we both knew it. So all I could do was brace and bear it. He slammed me into the fridge by my hair, and I cried out. I couldn't remember the sound of my own voice, but his voice was still clear in my mind, like I was hearing it through headphones, playing over and over. You whore! He said it over and over, his hand in my shirt as he slammed me into the counter and the fridge and the stove, as he grabbed my ankle when I tried to crawl away, flipped me over, his weight like a boulder on my chest, hands like a vice as they came around my neck and held. I swallowed in my bed at the memory, throat still aching. Pretending to sleep would only keep me safe for so long. I'd have to wake up at some point, have to go home with Maxwell, and repeat it all again. The idea almost too much to handle. The words, the pleading for help stuck in my throat and never coming out. The police were leaving, and I heard Maxwell thank them, offering to walk them out of the emergency wing. Now, an old voice, my old voice, where it was kept small and deep inside of me, said it. Now! The curtain was pulled back around my bed. I held my breath and listened to the footsteps. When I opened my eyes, there was no one. I was finally alone. Sitting up quickly, I felt the pricking in my fingers, the animal fight-or-flight instinct. Carefully, I pulled the IV from my arm and pressed the tape down. I had been waiting for an opportunity like this for some time now, biding my time until Maxwell slipped up, until he left me alone long enough to give him the slip. Maxwell's only mistake was taking me to the hospital. Apparently, I thought bitterly, he wasn't ready to have a dead body on his conscience just yet. But I knew that day would come eventually. It was only a matter of time, each beating worse than the one before it. The next time, I probably wouldn't be so lucky. That was inevitably where our relationship was headed. I think I had always known that, always hoped for something better. But tonight's beating was confirmation enough. As I slipped out of my monitor lead and tied my shoes, I realized I had no money or ID on me. But even that was infinitely better than having no life. The window was small. I had to leave him while I still could. Being here was maybe a blessing in disguise, albeit a grim one. The nice part about being admitted to Denver Health was that with so many patients, it was easy to sneak out undetected. I was good at making myself small and unnoticed. I tried not to limp too obviously or wince too much as I blearily searched for the nearest exit. No one noticed me as I went, and if they did, they didn't try to stop me. I had no real plan, only a series of fantasies that I kept to myself when Maxwell slept like a baby while I nursed the wounds he'd given me, curled up on the edge of the tub in the bathroom. Having no money was an issue, but I could get by. I had no friends or support system to help me get out of Denver or hide from Maxwell. He'd come looking for me. For a moment, I thought about crawling back into the bed and waiting for him. He wouldn't be mad if he never knew I had tried to leave. No. Now. It has to be now. The only friends I had were Maxwell's friends, and they would each turn me over to him in a heartbeat, so they were out of the question. That left only shelters, really, and I knew of a few in the area. Again, once the friends were exhausted, shelters would probably be the next place Max would check. I could go, but I'd have to keep moving, bounce between them and keep under the radar for as long as possible. The trek from my hospital bed to the nearest exit was an exhausting one. It felt like a lot of listless minutes of wandering until my bleary vision caught the sign. Exit, illuminated in red. My sweet escape. The sight of it brought a bubbling hope to my chest for the first time in a long time. I hadn't cried over being happy in too long. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so free and so light as I did stepping into the damp night. The rain was more like a mist. I looked to my right, a parked ambulance. I looked to my left, dumpsters. It was beautiful. Freedom was so close, but still so far. The light of it was touching me, but the warmth was something I'd have to work for. I couldn't rest just yet. Denver wasn't safe. I needed to come up with some quick cash and get out of here. I had to get home to Harlan. Chapter 2. Elliot. We're expecting great things from you, Elliot. I stood, hat tucked under my arm as the other came out to meet Captain Asher in a firm, well-deserved handshake. Thank you, sir, I told him, allowing myself a rare smile. He mirrored it, the top of his smile shrouded behind his salt and pepper beard. Of course. Have a good night, detective. I was on fucking cloud 9, the word repeating in my mind as I saw myself out of his office. Detective. Detective. No, fuck that. I was lead detective now. It was the promotion I'd been busting my ass for so long for. Intuition and a gut that was never wrong sure had a hand in it. But at the end of the day, it was my hard work that had paid off. Hours spent poring over cases when everyone else had gone home or given up, intimidating and concise interrogations, and a track record of being a more than reliable partner had resulted in my having the highest solve rate on the squad. Something I didn't know until Captain Asher had told me. When he called me into his office, I was almost worried that I'd screwed up submitting paperwork or made some rookie mistake. But then he told me, lead fucking detective. It was never really about the solve rate for me, but rather helping people and catching bad guys. But hey, the promotion and pay raise was definitely a nice perk. I had a hunch it wasn't exactly just about the solve rate for the captain either. Our latest job had been an intense one, and it had required a lot of time staking out joints and suspicious persons. All of it resulting in shutting down a drug dealer who'd been distributing narcotics to minors for ages. While taking him and his little ring down had been a squad-wide effort, I was the one who had found the base and effectively shut his operation down for good. Captain had been pleased. The mayor had been pleased. It was a huge win for our little town of Harlan, Colorado. As I shut down my computer and swap my things out in my locker, I felt the win of it too. I'd had my nose to the grindstone for such a long time, I couldn't remember the last time I'd looked up and enjoyed taking a second to breathe. The streets were clean. No crime, no drugs in kids' hands. I'd be coming into work tomorrow as lead detective. Life was fucking good. Changing out of my blues, I slipped into plain clothes. Off the clock for the night officially. I didn't have a plan until one came stumbling into the locker room behind me. My best friend and coworker. "Hey, Chief," he said, signature crooked grin plastered on his face. He gave me a good clap on the back. "Heard the good news." "What good news?" I asked. He made a noise, arms crossed as he leaned against the lockers. "Are you fucking kidding me, Eli? Lead detective? That's huge!" "Who told you?" I asked. "Captain." He gave a shrug and began to undo his tie. "I popped in to see what you'd fucked up. You know, looking for proof that you weren't some super cop Terminator like everyone thinks you are. And he told me that you were promoted." I grinned a little, pulling my shirt on over my head. I was in too good a mood to deny it. So? I echoed. "God!" He rolled his eyes, still laughing to himself as he gathered his own shit from his locker. "So, what are we doing? We have to celebrate. I'm thinking drinks at O'Neill's, maybe?" "I'm not sure I'm really up for it, Ryder." I shut my locker. He did the same, only louder and with more enthusiasm. "I'm not sure I'm up for it, oh," he mimed, talking like a caveman. I grinned. "Is that your impression of me?" "This is a special occasion, Eli. This is the most special occasion. Honestly, we haven't had a good excuse to celebrate jack shit in a while, so..." Ryder whipped his backpack over his shoulder and held his hand on the locker room door, lips pursed in a puppy dog pout. It was a trick he'd been pulling since he was 7 years old, and it worked on everyone, every time, including me. I guess a promotion was definitely worth celebrating. "O'Neill's," I confirmed, as he let out a happy hissing "yes" as we made for the parking lot. "But don't order that nasty chili nacho shit. I'm not going to take care of you if you throw up again." "We'll see, Chief, we'll see." "Where do you want to sit?" "Hold up." And Ryder literally held up a hand as the front door to O'Neill's shut behind us. I think Gavin grabbed a table for us somewhere. We each took our separate vehicles to O'Neill's. I shouldn't have been surprised that Ryder made it a point to call Gavin and tell him to meet up with us. And true to his word, Ryder pointed across the dining room to where Gavin Joy, the shortest of our friend group with vibrant blonde hair and 2 deep dimples, was leaning slightly out of a booth, arm waving for our attention. "There he is," Ryder hummed, leading the way. He held his hands out in a gesture to me as we got close. Gavin beaming up at the two of us. "Behold, I give you Harlan PD's newest lead detective and resident power top." I gave him a shove that was playful, but also firm enough to send him sitting in the booth. "Shut up." Gavin laughed, pushing 2 of 3 shot glasses full of something brown and strong at me and Ryder. "Congrats, detective. It was deserved, man. More than deserved." I don't know why, but too much praise sometimes made me sheepish, I guess. I shook my head. It wasn't often that I smiled, but today gave me a good excuse. And when I was in the company of these two, it was hard to keep it away. "Thanks, man." Gavin held up his own shot glass. "2?" Ryder and I held up ours. "To Elliot," Ryder proposed, and the joking fell away for a minute, both of them fixing me with genuine and prideful smiles. For being one hell of a friend and keeping the mean streets of Harlan a little less mean. "Cheers," Gavin said. We drank. The whiskey burned in the best way possible. Gavin loved the stuff, but it had Ryder coughing and asking, "What the hell was that?" Gavin and Ryder and I went way back. We've been best friends since high school, and there's no one in the world that I trusted more than these guys. They've been like family for as long as I can remember. Gavin Joy bought and ran a bookstore after school, while Ryder followed me to the force. And while life's taken us in different directions, he always made it a point to stay in touch. Our gang of 3 used to be 4 once upon a time, but once upon a time was a long time ago. I don't let myself think about Tyson Rowe anymore. Remembering him caused nothing but pain. Even with Ryder and Gavin around, Tyson Rowe was the best friend that I had ever had. We grew up together, practically attached at the hip, notorious around town for being totally inseparable. Hell, we even went to the same college together, and that made me think it would always be the two of us. No matter what shit went down in our lives, we'd be each other's constant, something to rely on, like an anchor when life got too crazy. But it was just a thought. College was great, but we both found different friends. And while I always had time to spare for Tyson, he didn't extend the same courtesy. He found himself an older boyfriend, and I became just a memory to him. I didn't fade willingly. In fact, I must have made it harder on both of us, always trying to ask him to do something or insert myself into his life. I couldn't take a hint. I didn't want to take a hint. So Tyson had to push. I thought it was just me he was done with, until he didn't even bother showing up to his own parents' funeral. Harlan and I could both take a hint. He wasn't just pushing me away. He was pushing everyone away. I don't know what about his life in Harlan he hated so much, but he never told me about it. After the funeral, it was time to let him go. Give up. He'd moved on. I was telling myself that. Even sitting at O'Neill's, the best little dive in Harlan, with even better Hot Wing Wednesdays with my best friends. Part of me wished Ty was there with us to celebrate. We talked easily about everything. My promotion, and Ryder's latest fumble with trying to score a hot date, and Gavin's strangest customers at the bookstore, over a healthy round of drinks, though I kept my own numbers low, just a beer or two. Everything was going fine, better than fine. Things were good, and then they weren't. Gavin was the first to notice, knocking his knuckles on the table to get our attention. "Hey, check it out." And we followed the line of his pointing finger to the front door, where Corey Rowe was scanning the restaurant frantically and looking like he'd just run a mile in 5 minutes flat. Disheveled blonde hair and wild eyes, his gaze was glued to our table the moment we found it. "This can't be good," Ryder murmured behind me, flicking his hand. There was a sudden sickly turn in my stomach. My gut was never wrong. "Hey, Corey," Gavin started, voice friendly, but it was rebuffed quickly. "I've been looking everywhere for you guys. Jesus." He sounded out of breath. Maybe he really had run all this way. Hey. I touched his shoulder, a hand to steady him. "Corey, calm down. What's going on?" "Yeah, Ro, take a knee. Have a drink." "It's Tyson." The terror and anxiety was rooted deep in Corey's voice, and it was a feeling that flashed through me instantly. By the tense silence that swept over the booth, I knew I wasn't the only one feeling it. Corey was Tyson's older brother, the only close family he had left. What with Ty abandoning Harlan and leaving Corey to grieve the loss of their parents alone, he'd taken to not talking about Tyson if he could help it. That was what worried me the most. "What?" Gavin asked, standing quickly from the booth. Corey took a step back, gesturing for the door. "A nurse at Harlan County recognized him and called me. He didn't have anyone listed for emergency contacts, but they just found him. Out on the side of the road. I tried to calm him down. "Corey, just a few miles outside of Harlan. They found him fucking passed out." Corey ran a hand through his hair, exuding stress. "I tried calling all of you, but got nothing." Ryder took his phone and swore under his breath. "Fuck, it's been dead. Mine's been on silent all day. Come on, we'll go." I was already taking bills out of my wallet, as were the other boys, slamming down more than was owed on the table. We didn't need any change. "Did you drive here?" "No, my car's in the shop till tomorrow, and "You can ride with me," I told him. "We'll come too." Ryder put a hand on my shoulder as he and Gavin made for the door. "Neither of us can drive like this, can we?" "You can ride in my truck. It'll be a squeeze, but it's better than driving fucked up." I grabbed my keys, heart thundering, feeling more nervous than I ever did busting criminals or making an arrest. All I could think of was Tyson. If you needed anything serious done, anything that was majorly life-saving, you were flown or driven 40 minutes out of Harlan to the nearest major medical center. So I considered it a good sign that we were headed to the county hospital instead, 10 minutes outside of town and the next best thing. A good sign for what sounded like a bad situation. I didn't know what to think or what to expect. Corey and I barely spoke to each other the ride up. Both of us too busy, stewing and imagining all the worst-case scenarios, and making ourselves sick over the fact that we were about to see Tyson Rowe for the first time in almost a decade. What was he like now? How was he different? What did he look like? How the hell did he turn up on the side of the road? All of us had changed so much in 10 years, but nothing was as big a mystery as to what had happened to Ty. Knowing there would be some unexpected closure to it, that we would finally be getting a goddamn answer, was almost more than I could handle. I felt like I was about to burst out of my skin. Gavin and Ryder were going to stop by Gavin's shop before going to the hospital, so Corey and I were first on the scene. The two of us probably looked intimidating as hell, walking into the hospital like we were willing to rip down each brick to find Tyson's room. I let Corey do the talking to the nurse at the front station. I was too busy scanning the halls for any sign of him. Shaking, actually shaking in my hands, knowing that not only was he close, but that something was very wrong. "Please, we just want to see him," Corey asked, sounding desperate, sending the nurse from her station to check with the doctor, leaving us for a moment with an unsure, "Let me grab the doctor before I let you rush in there," only to return with him right behind her. Even he looked a little wary about the two of us, smelling a little like a bar and just this side of disheveled. I touched the back of my belt, preparing to whip out the badge. I usually never used it outside of work, but this would definitely be the first exception. "Is there something I can do to help you, gentlemen?" "Yes, we were just telling her that we'd like to see your patient Tyson Rowe," Corey explained. "I'm his brother, and I know he doesn't have any emergency contacts down for this place." Not true, I thought. The last time Tyson had come here for a broken wrist in high school, his folks had been his emergency contacts, but they'd passed away years ago. I guess they'd be pretty useless now. "You're his brother?" "Yes." The doctor thought about it a moment before giving us a short nod. The relief I felt was short-lived. He led us down the quiet halls of the hospital. It looked like it was an otherwise uneventful night to the first room on the left. He plucked the chart off the wall hook and pushed the door open. "He's in here," the doctor said, face set and stern. No, not stern, concerned. Again, not a good sign. "I should warn you," he added, sighing over how to phrase it most directly. He's weak. There are signs of malnutrition and abuse. I'm sure you've seen him in far better shape than this." The words echoed in my head. Malnutrition? Abuse? What the hell? Corey gave a small nod. The doctor let us have a moment. Some space as we let ourselves in. The room quiet, except for a steady heart monitor. That was good. His heart sounded good at least. I could feel myself shaking real good now. Breath held as Corey drew back the privacy curtain, rough and pink in his hands. All of that tension and waiting. A decade of waiting. Breaking at the sight of a slight form beneath the starchy hospital covers. The sight of him almost sending my knees buckling. I waited 10 years for this, but it was nothing like I imagined. I wanted him happy, healthy. I wanted him okay. Instead, I stare at the shell of what was once Tyson Rowe, my best friend, quiet and broken and fast asleep. Chapter 3, Tyson. Beep, 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 beep. That was the first thing I heard. It registered before I even realized I had woken up. A light noise, like a rhythm before I realized it was the sound of my heart. Wait, the disorientation was stripped at the realization. I was in a hospital again. For a brief flicker of a second, I felt a jolt of terror in my chest, the rush of panic. Had everything that had happened these past 2 weeks been nothing more than a dream? Or, even worse, was I in a hospital because all of it had happened and Maxwell had found me again? As I tried to sit, body already shaking, a hand held me back down, a warm press against my chest that sent me flinching. The cold fear I felt washed the hand's warmth away as I let it pin me down, eyes shut up tight, tears prickled behind my eyelids. I couldn't go back to Denver. I wouldn't go back. But if it was him, I might not have a real choice. I couldn't help the little whimper, the pathetic sound slipping out as I held my body tight, afraid to open my eyes. Whatever I saw would make it real. I didn't want it to be real. I didn't want the past 10 years to be real. My tremors turned into full-body shakes. I couldn't stop them myself, but a gentle hand could. It touched my cheek, and I flinched at that too. But it was too gentle to belong to Maxwell. Too caring and careful, and the feel of the skin and fingers were different. I knew his hands well enough to know. It wasn't him. Shit. The voice was familiar. If it wasn't Maxwell, though, then who? It clicked quicker than my heart could process. My eyes shot open as I held my breath, wanting so badly and suddenly to know that I was right. That the voice and the gentle hand belonged to Elliot Mack. Eli. It was everything I wanted, and at the same time, not at all what I wanted. I wanted him here, but I didn't want him to see me, to know what I had become. His gray eyes were wide and close and full of concern. I didn't realize how badly I missed them until I was staring at them. At first, I chalked it up to me being crazy, maybe dead. Was this heaven? No, it couldn't be. The smell of antiseptic hospital cleaner was too strong and lemony fresh. This was all real. Elliot was real. I had so much to say to him, but no words came out. All of them clogged in my throat, and not good enough anyway. God, he was still handsome. As a young 20-something, he was a sight for sore eyes, but he'd somehow managed to get even better looking in our 10-year separation. Or maybe it was just that I was starting to forget his face, though looking at it now, I don't know how I could. A face that was hard cut, and gray eyes like looking out at a lake when it was just about to storm. His skin was as warm as the hand that touched my face, and the dark strands of his hair were short, but looked just long enough for someone's fingers to tangle into. Not that I would be doing any tangling. I wasn't doing much of anything, just staring, shocked and open-mouthed with 1,000 nothings to say, eyes drying until I looked over his shoulder to the other man in the room and, "Corey?" My voice broke as I said it, the tears welling and falling, hot and heavy as Eli moved aside and gave enough space for Corey to practically lunge at me. His arms came around me, and it was insane. I'd almost forgotten what my brother sounded like. He looked good still, but a little tired. "I'm sorry," I said, and once the words were out, they didn't stop or change. I'm sorry. I was sorry for everything. For leaving, for being with Maxwell, for not being at our parents' funeral. I was sorry for him, and I was sorry for myself. No one ever imagines being beaten up and fighting for their life when they're young and starting a relationship. Now that I was out of the woods, I could see just how dark it all really was. Don't apologize, Corey said, shushing me. By the time he finally pulled out of his death grip of a hug, his shoulder was damp with my tears, and I was sniffling like a little kid, wiping at my wet cheeks. "I pushed you and Mom and Dad away and..." I hiccuped. You should hate me." "Ty, I don't hate you." Corey's grin was soft, and his honey brown eyes melting, his signature look. It hurt to see it in the best way possible. "I could never hate you, little man." I half laughed and half cried at the nickname. He had every right to hate me. They all knew something was wrong. My mom and dad, and Corey too, when I stopped talking to them. Maxwell made sure to cut me off from my family. No family meant no one for me to go back to, no one to save me. I stopped answering my mom's phone calls, ignored my father's angry and worried voicemails. I was angry with them for trying to interfere because it meant something was wrong. And I worked so hard to insist that everything with Maxwell was fine. But it wasn't. Maybe it was fine at the beginning, but never after. And now that my parents were gone, lost to us in a car accident, all I could feel was regret. I would never get to make things right with them. I'd never get to apologize to them. But I could apologize to Corey, even if he told me not to. "I'm still sorry," I mumbled, looking up at my big brother. His eyes were like mine, same color, and wet too. Before he could say anything else, there was a courtesy knock at the door before the doctor let himself in. "I see he's woken up." "Yeah," Corey half laughed. "Good thing, huh?" "Mr. Rowe," the doctor said, "do you remember how you ended up on this side of the road? The police found you a few miles outside of Harlan County limits." I tried to remember, but things were hazy. The past 2 weeks were full of adrenaline and paranoia, sleepless nights, and not much else. I gave a small shake of my head, trying my hardest. Ending up on the side of the road sounded familiar, but... I left Denver. But before that, I was doing odd jobs around the city where I could get them. Just trying to get enough money to get home and keep myself fed in the meantime. Eventually, I got enough together. I got as close as the money would get me. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. The room silent. They were clinging to every word. I swallowed. I just walked the rest of the way, or I tried to. I haven't been eating a lot, and I haven't had anything to drink, so... "So you passed out," Eli said, a statement, not a question. I looked from him to Corey. Their eyes were full of questions I didn't want to answer. There was more to the story. I made sure to edit out all the parts about escaping the hospital and hopping from one homeless shelter to another, always looking over my shoulder, waiting until Maxwell got tired of scouring the city for his precious little punching bag. I waited for them to wring the rest out of me, but neither made a move to, and I was grateful for that. I would tell them eventually. It was a promise I made to myself in that hospital bed. I just wasn't ready. Chapter 4. Elliot. It wasn't long before Ty was out like a light again. It was exhaustion, the doctor said after ushering us outside for a proper debriefing. Exhaustion, coupled with malnutrition and clear signs of abuse, had broken him down. He needed food and rest. Of course, it didn't take a rocket scientist or a doctor to tell me and Corey that much. Corey was distraught by the state his brother was in. He did a good job holding it together when Ty was awake. But now that he didn't have to play strong big brother for a minute, just how upset he was pretty clear. The string of questions and far-off stare, brows arching in confusion. Me, though, I was livid. I worked enough domestic abuse cases to know what it looked like. Ty was textbook. I let Corey fire off a dozen of his questions in some kind of piece, giving him space and meeting up with Ryder and Gavin in the waiting room. They jumped straight out of their seats at the sight of me, and it must have looked like I had seen a ghost. Ryder grimaced. "Is he okay?" I shook my head and looked back down the hall. Corey and the doctor were talking quickly. When I turned back to the guys, they looked like they couldn't wait one more second. "He's fine, mostly. They picked him up off the side of the road. He was exhausted and hadn't eaten and tried to walk to Harlan." "Shit, all the way from Denver?" Gavin asked. "No, he got a ride part of the way, but..." I trailed off. I thought of his body, how thin he felt when I put my hand to his chest to keep him from bolting out of the bed. I felt his ribs through the dirty shirt. He's not good. It looks like he hasn't been eating or sleeping much at all. For the moment, I kept the domestic abuse theory to myself. That wasn't something to blab about, even if I was positive it was true. Ryder was unusually quiet. "What do you mean, at all? Is he okay?" "It's been going on for quite a while." I slid my hands into my pockets. That much is clear just looking at him. You don't get skinny overnight. "Fuck!" Ryder sat back down, shaking his head. "We didn't know," Gavin started. "We didn't try hard enough." "We did." Gavin's voice turned firm. "We did, but..." "He didn't want to hear from any of us," I said. The sting of it really never left me. It only got buried a little deeper each time the phone rang and it wasn't Tyson on the other end. "We couldn't know what was going on, so we couldn't do anything about it." Gavin sat slowly next to Ryder, whose arms were crossing tightly over his chest as he stared off down the hall. "We didn't try hard enough," he muttered. They stuck around as long as they could, but at the end of the night, Ryder had an early shift and Gavin had to open the store up first thing. Sending them off, I didn't feel like waiting around for nothing in the waiting room, so I found my way back to Ty's room. I expected Corey to be passed out in the guest chair, but he was nowhere in sight, probably off pestering every doctor and nurse in the hospital to make sure Ty got the best care possible. When I went in, Ty was fast asleep, snoring slightly, and I pulled the chair up quietly next to him. He looked rough, but at least in his sleep, he looked unburdened. His features were soft still, but my heart still felt sick. The last time I saw Ty, he was fit and tan and smiling. Now, he was pale and his cheeks were sunken in. How long had it been since he was out in the sun? Or since he'd eaten a proper meal? He was a shell of what I remembered. My best friend, a sleeping ghost. Gingerly, not wanting to wake him up, my hand brushed over his before I pulled it away. "Jesus, Ty?" I sat back with a sigh, a warmth at the back of my neck. "What the hell happened to you?" I might not have been there to help him when he most needed it, but from that moment on, I would do anything to protect him, to keep him safe. The old Ty was still in there somewhere. I wasn't going to let the last shreds of him get eaten up if I could help it. Between the hospital and home, I got a call. It was Corey, and seeing his name on the caller ID of my cell made my stomach twist. Had Tyson woken up again? Had something gone wrong? Thankfully, when he answered, he sounded calm. That was good. Everything was all right. Better than all right, actually. "They're going to let him out tomorrow morning," Corey said, relief evident in his voice. "They say he's stable, but just exhausted and run down and all." I flicked on my indicator, pulling into my driveway. "Thanks, Corey." Yeah. His voice was quiet, probably in the room with Ty and trying not to wake him. "I'll come by in the morning." I had work, but that could wait. The promotion I'd been given just hours ago seemed far away, inconsequential in comparison. I could make a call or two. I barely ever took a sick day or vacation day, so I'm sure Captain would let it slide. "Keep me updated, Corey." "Yeah, of course." I thought of Ty in the bed. I thought of his small frame and sickly skin. "Talk to you later." "Bye." Corey hung up first, and it was a long moment before I got out of my truck. It was late, but I wouldn't be going to sleep just yet. Preparations needed to be made. "Isn't this a pretty picture?" Corey blinked up at me from his seat next to Tyson, the bags under his eyes heavy, the whites made pink from lack of sleep. I huffed, handing him a coffee. Nothing fancy. Just something I'd picked up on the way through the hospital cafeteria. Whatever I could do to butter him up. "Mm-hmm," he sighed, taking the coffee and sipping. "I'm the fucking belle of Harlan County." "Did you get any sleep?" He gave a shake of his head. His usually perfect blonde hair was out of place, disheveled and unwashed. He probably didn't even go home during the night. Not that I was surprised. Corey had always been a more than devoted big brother, sharing his desserts or making time to play with Ty and me as kids. He always put his baby brother first, and now was no different. Glancing up, I was surprised by the movement in the bed. Ty sat up slowly, watching me with a wary and guarded expression. I tried to brush it off, but it was hard to not take it a little personal. The welcome I'd received from him had been widely different from the one he shared with Corey, after all. A scared whimper and gaping face was much harder to read than a hug and crying. I understood, though. Just like Ty wasn't the same person 10 years ago, neither was I. I remembered Ty as being lively and vibrant, the more popular and friendly of the two of us. Half the time as a teenager, I didn't get what he saw in me, or why he wanted to hang around me. I was bigger and straightforward in a way that was more like me shoving my foot in my mouth. Where he could talk to just about anyone, I was closed off. Where he was patient, I just flat out wasn't. I guess all that was still the same on my end, actually. The only difference was that work, years of seeing all the horrible shit people do to each other, had sapped out whatever softness I still had left in me. The look of it was gone from my eyes. I was a different person, a harder person. Whatever kept him hanging around me all those years, I doubt he could see it anymore. "The only time I left was when the nearest store opened," Corey chuckled, and it was his voice that broke Ty's and my eye contact. Corey gestured to a handful of bags propped against the wall. I picked up so much for you to come home, I can't even really remember. Food, of course. Lots of food. I got you a new pillow, a whole ton of toiletries. I'm not sharing my toothbrush." He kept on rattling off all the things he'd picked out special for Ty's homecoming, which only made it harder to know I had a different idea. I loved Corey, but we weren't going to see eye to eye on this one, and I knew that. It didn't make listening to his doting any less guilt-inducing, though. "I think Ty should stay with me." It came out because it had to. I forced it out like I was good at. Quick and honest and short. Corey stopped rooting around his bags mid-sentence. The shocked look on his face was mirrored in Ty's, who hadn't said 2 words about anything, but had listened this whole time. "Ty should come live with me." Corey gave a scoff, sitting up more in his seat. "Eli, I appreciate it, but that's not going to happen." I didn't say anything. I wasn't going to budge, so Corey tried again. "I'm his older brother. I'm a goddamn doctor, Elliot, but you think he'd be better off with you." "He'd be safer with me," I said. "I can look after him as well as you can, and I'm a cop. I'm trained to protect people. It's my job. Ty would be much safer at my place, just in case..." And I paused, looking over at him. His eyes were wide, body tense, just in case his ex, or whoever he is, tries to come back and reclaim him. I can protect him, Corey. Whatever reservations I might have had about my hunch it was an abusive boyfriend were confirmed by the flinch of Ty's body. He quickly looked at Corey instead, avoiding my gaze. "Eli, you can't just move Ty wherever you want, okay? It isn't up for discussion. He's coming back to my place, and I'll go." Ty's voice was small, hesitant, like telling someone what he wanted wasn't something he was used to. Knowing how relationships like this can be, he probably wasn't. "What do you mean?" Corey asked. Ty looked into his lap and took a breath. "I want to go with Eli." The room was tense. I said nothing, only watched as Corey processed the new information. "That's what you really want?" Ty nodded. Corey pulled his chair closer and reached for his brother's hand, voice private like it was when he used to explain all the confusing things in the world to him as a kid. "Ty, I just got you back. I don't want to be apart from you again." Ty held his hand back. "I know, but you're not losing me, Corey." He shook his head and put on a small, sad smile. Like this, it looked like Ty was the older brother, explaining away the monsters in the closet. "I'm not disappearing again, I promise." Corey helped me load Ty's things into my truck. I don't think he was too pleased with the arrangements that were being made, but it was for the best. Corey was a great guy, smart and caring, but when it came to self-defense, well, one of us could wrestle a 200-pound criminal to the ground after a foot chase, and one of us got tired after working out for too long at the gym. I wasn't about to rub it in his face, though. "Thanks for this," I told him. He gave a nod, hands in his pockets, and looked at Ty's reflection where he could glimpse it in the side mirror. "Just take good care of him, Eli." "No, I don't mean good care. Treat him like he's your fucking brother, okay?" "He's part of the family," I said. I didn't know how true that was anymore after a decade of radio silence, but it seemed to put Corey at ease for now. He sighed and shut the tailgate for me. "I'm not going anywhere," I told him. I also wanted to tell him I'd gone out myself and picked up as much shit as Ty could possibly need to be comfortable, plus some, but he didn't need to know that. He needed to feel useful, and there was no harm in letting him fuss over his brother. Apparently, though, fussing meant watching like a hawk as I drove out of the county hospital parking lot, southbound towards my place. I didn't feel more relaxed once he was out of sight either, because now it was just me and Ty. The dynamic duo back together. I had about 100 things to ask him, but I swore to myself I wouldn't interrogate him as soon as I got home alone. He kept quiet the whole ride, sitting with his shoulder pressed against the door to leave as much space between us as possible. I could take a hint. No talking. Just get home and get Ty comfortable. I could do that. But apparently, Ty couldn't. "I'm sorry." It was like the time he threw up after getting off a ride at the county fair. Quick and sudden and unexpected. I didn't flinch, but hell did it catch me by surprise. I'd already prepped myself for every understandable silent treatment. I glanced between him and the road. His eyes were big and waiting. The color of them was still a vibrant brownish, like sunlight touching the bark of a tree. I didn't know what to say. He looked away quickly, hands in his lap as he looked out at the road in front of us. "I'm not ready for details." Ty looked at me a minute to make sure I understood. I did. "Not yet, anyway. I'm just not ready to talk about it." "Okay." I nodded slowly. "That's fine. But I will be. I'll tell you when I'm ready." Ty paused, like he wasn't sure about saying what he was going to say next. I figured it would be the same flavor as his explaining, but instead it was just, "Eli." He said it like he hadn't said it in 10 years. Like he was trying on an old coat and finding it still fit. My grin was small as I looked at him, and in brief connection, I wanted him to know that I understood and that it was fine. By the way he relaxed a little more into his seat, I think he got the message. "Whenever you're ready," I told him, "I'll listen." It was the best thing either of us said the rest of the ride home. Chapter 5, Tyson. I wasn't used to smiling much anymore, but there's always a first time for everything. It was big enough that it felt foreign on my face, but I couldn't help it. Pulling into Eli's driveway was about as big a surprise as opening my eyes and seeing him standing over my hospital bed. "No way." He looked over at me. I could feel his eyes on the side of my face before he looked out at his house too. The engine shut off under us. "Yes, way." "Eli." I didn't know what to say exactly. "How?" "I bought this place when I got back from school," he explained. "They were selling it for dirt cheap, obviously, and none of the other houses I was looking at felt right. So I bought it. Fixed it up myself." Again, I was speechless. The cottage wasn't a place I ever imagined coming back to again. I don't know, maybe I just started believing I was going to die in Denver. But seeing the old cottage was like being in a dream. like walking through a door and not realizing you were home till you turned the lights on. It was a place that was as important to me as it was to Eli. Forever ago, once upon a time, the cottage had been an abandoned place all the kids in town knew about, but no one dared to sneak to. Except for me and Eli, of course. I didn't mind getting scratched by thistle bushes and tree branches on our way to the cottage every chance we got, because it always meant privacy. 100 hot summer days were spent sitting on the cottage dock to enjoy the view of the wide blue lake, a few of which might have included a couple of beers that Eli would sneak from his dad's den. It was our little escape back in the day. It was still my little escape, even now. "You put a lot of work into it," I said, and he nodded because it was true. It was the same, but alive. The porch steps weren't broken anymore. The wood had been sanded and finished. The outside given a fresh coat of earthy green paint. The shutters weren't hanging off their hinges all crooked. All the stonework was neat, done by hand. It looked lived in because it was. The love he'd put into it was easy to feel, as was the sudden abundance of feeling in my chest. It clogged my throat, trapped whatever words I had, to know he'd cared about it enough to nurse it back to life. "I can't believe you did this," I murmured. "I wanted a place that was my own," he said. His voice was a little quieter, like we both knew how important a moment it was, but neither of us was about to go pointing it out. A place that left me with good memories, and, I don't know, I couldn't think of a place that had better memories than this one. You, me, and the lake, you know? This one. You, me, and the lake. I did know. Guilt mixed slowly in my stomach. All those feelings were just memories because I left, because I abandoned him and pushed my best friend away. In the corner of my eye, I saw his hand still on the gear shift. Slowly, my fingers twitched, wanting to reach out and take it, to apologize and make it clear, but Eli was faster. He slid out of the truck before I could even move my hand. The absence of it stung. With a fading flinch, I slid out and followed to the back of the truck, intent on helping him carry my things into the cottage. The cottage was very much Eli. The tour was short because there wasn't much to see. He'd really redone everything, but pretty much preserved the natural state of the house. It was woodsy, clean, and without clutter. An open living room and kitchen, screens in the windows since the air was still warm this time of year, even at night. He showed me the upstairs. One door, his bedroom, and another, the guest room, my room. "It isn't huge or anything," he said, setting a bag down on the bed. He pushed one door open and flipped on a light. "But it's got its own bathroom." "It's nice," I said, hoping he knew how much I meant it. He looked like he might smile, but before he could, he nodded. "Go and sit on the couch." I did what he asked because I didn't really know what else to do, being a guest like I was in someone else's house. I felt like I was in limbo, nowhere to go or be, nothing to do. Not that I had the energy to do much of anything. Even with the sleep I'd gotten at the hospital, it wasn't enough to make me feel rested. So I folded my legs close to my chest on the sofa and listened to the sound of Eli clanging around in the kitchen. At one point, he dropped something on the floor and cursed under his breath. The noise nearly had me jumping out of my skin. But knowing it was him and not Maxwell made things different. I smiled just a little. The shelves had books and pictures. Pictures of himself and Ryder and Gavin. Pictures of the police squad I assumed he belonged to. I assumed that would be all, but one picture surprised me more than I thought. A picture of me and him. We were maybe 16, arms slung around each other's shoulders, sun-kissed. Eli had more weight on him then than he did now, and he was smiling one of those rare smiles. Looking at myself, I barely recognized me. Who was that kid? Tan and happy and unworried? Was that even me anymore? I cleared my throat and looked away from it, wishing I could turn it over. I could feel my eyes on myself. I didn't have the heart to look back and say, "This is what happens to you later." Luckily, I didn't have to wait long for a distraction. Eli came back with a steaming pile of, "What is all that?" I asked, watching him set a plate down on the coffee table. "Dinner." He handed me a fork. Well, breakfast, actually. Breakfast of champions, I'd say. It was a plate loaded high with bacon and sausage, eggs sunny side up, and pancakes that looked homemade and smothered in syrup. It was practically radiating. The smell of it was amazing. "I'm not hungry," I said it quick, a knee-jerk reaction. His face changed, a frown settling. "You look like a skeleton, Ty. You need to eat." Short and unsweet and to the point. Skeleton? It kinda hurt, I thought, glancing down at my legs to see if it were true, shrinking in on myself just because it was natural, and apparently a big enough gesture for Eli to notice. With a sigh, he put the fork down on the coffee table. Shit, okay. He was looking off, weighing his words maybe, and when he spoke again, he was calmer. "The doctor told me and Corey that you're severely underweight, Ty. That means you have to eat, even if you don't always feel like it. Corey said the body can trick itself into thinking it's fine when it's not, just to survive, so..." Severely underweight, skeleton. I guess I knew that was true, somewhere inside of me. Maybe it was what was left of the old Ty that knew it. It was the way Maxwell always wanted me, thin and underweight. He was never subtle about it. I could still hear him, crystal clear, the new voice in the back of my head telling me, "You're too fat! Keep it up, piggy!" Years of rationing my food like I was a pet, and I let him do it because I wanted to keep him happy. I was easier to control that way. It was easy to hit someone when they couldn't put up a fight. Still, though, 10 years had made bad habits strong. Some were harder to break than others. "Please," Eli asked again, and his voice was gentler. "Careful. Please eat something?" I could never say no to him. Slowly, I brought the plate to my lap and cut into the pancakes with a fork. It started with one bite and thinking I had never tasted anything so good before. My stomach had never wanted to suddenly consume something so bad. What started as a slow tiptoeing became a full-blown sprint. I probably looked crazy the way I was digging into the food he'd made for me, but I couldn't stop once I started. It just tasted so fucking good. I forgot what it felt like to be full. I missed food. It was that single thought that suddenly broke me. That was like shining a light on how bad this all was. I had never wanted to see how ugly my situation had become, but I miss food was all it took. I held the cleaned out plate in one hand and the fork in the other, sobbing like a little kid, mouth still tasting like syrup. Eli moved the things from my hands, and I didn't fight him on it, not even when he pulled me slowly onto the couch and against his chest. My eyes were blurry with tears. I couldn't stop them once they started, and I flinched at the feeling of his arms coming around me. Above my head, he swore under his breath and hugged me tight. Not to possess, but to shield. To keep safe. My cheek was pressed flush against the broad warmth of his chest. I could hear the deep rumble in it when he asked, "Let me help you get better." I wanted to get better. I wanted to be better. I never entertained that thought until now. Never thought it was a real possibility. But everything felt different now. The food, the cottage, Eli. "I want to," I said, shaking. "I want to stay here, to make things right, to fix all this." "Okay." I nodded and felt his arms hug me closer. "Okay." Chapter 6. Elliot. Captain Asher was a godsend. Once Ty had calmed down and fallen asleep on the sofa, I stepped out to call the captain and let him know what was going on. I tried to apologize. "I know I'm just starting as lead detective, but..." "Don't worry about it, Mac," Captain Asher said. "The job will still be here when you get back. I'll give you a week." He had heard the call come in that they had found someone on the side of the road, but didn't know who it was. Hearing it was Ty, my asking to take some time off made perfect sense to him. If you asked anybody in Harlan, they probably would have said the same thing. Tyson and I were known around town, or at least we used to be, as the dynamic duo. Two unlikely friends who were totally inseparable. Always had been, always will be. That's what everyone thought anyway, myself included. When Ty didn't come back after school, it was fodder for the gossip mill in Harlan. I was upset, and everyone knew it. And some noisier people even tried to give me their condolences over it, which, as a 20-something trying to pretend he didn't care his best friend had ditched him, was pretty embarrassing. But it was more than that. It had always been more than that. Ty was more than a best friend, and what I felt for him was more than friendship. I'd spent a long time sure that he was the other half of my soul. I was in love with him, head over fucking heels since high school. But honestly, It probably had started way before then. And when we followed each other to college, I let myself get hopeful. Maybe the secret I had wasn't so crazy. But then he was gone. Fixing the cottage was more than just a love for the dock and those lazy summer days we shared. It was for selfish reasons that I bought it. A mix of needing something to do and the quiet hope that if I fixed it up and Ty ever came back, seeing it would be enough to make him want to stay for good. Folding my cell phone, I stepped in quietly and saw him sprawled over my sofa, twisted in my blanket. I wanted him here, and here he was. I just wished it was under better circumstances. The day after Ty had gotten settled in, Corey came to visit. "I come bearing gifts," he announced, and boy, was that the fucking truth. New clothing, since Ty had only the pair he'd worn on his expedition from Denver, and enough personal items to make sure my little guest room really felt like home to him. A blanket from Corey's place, some old books and movies, slippers, an old jacket Corey had been planning on giving to Ty after graduation, and a single family photo, old and freshly framed. That last part was enough to make Ty misty-eyed, the reason why unspoken, but not lost on any of us. It couldn't all be fun and games, though. After having Christmas in July, Corey broke out his little traveling doctor's kit, the kind he kept in his car for emergencies. This was one of the stipulations. Ty could live with me as long as Corey could come by and check on his injuries whenever he felt it was necessary. Injuries. I had expected there to be some thanks to the abusive shithead ex-boyfriend, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw when Ty lifted his shirt over his head. "Jesus, Ty." He flinched and looked at me from where he sat on the couch, moving to cover himself with his skinny arms. I knew there were marks on his neck, assumedly from being choked, but those bruises were fading. The ones that covered his chest and stomach and crept lower beneath his sweatpants were long and fading, days old, most likely from quite literally collapsing onto the hard pavement. Some were a sickly purple blue, while others were yellowed or light brown, faded remnants of something far more sinister. "Ty, I can't see how you're healing if you're—" Gently, he reached for his brother's wrist to unfold his arms. "Jesus, Ty." I could feel my anger boiling. Low turned to high as Corey ran his fingers gingerly over the bruises, over the ribs visible through his skin, pressing carefully into a few here and there and asking if it hurt. After Tyson's 8th time trying to insist that they felt fine, I snapped. "It's not fine," I said, anger evident. It was never really something I was great at hiding, but I reined it in for his sake, or tried to at least. Corey's face was grim. "These are newer," he said to Ty, gesturing to the darker bruises. "But these," and his fingers traveled elsewhere, the fainter blotches of color. "Ty, these are at least a week old, more likely 2 weeks." It wasn't a question. It was a quiet accusation. We both knew the truth. It wasn't like Ty had bruised himself. I provoked him. Ty started, skipping over the cliche excuses. Not that this was any better. "Tyson." I got him mad. Ty covered himself again, looking at the floor between him and his brother. "He didn't just do it on his own." "Are you fucking kidding me?" My voice was loud enough to cut easily through his meek attempt at covering for that asshole. I was angry, but there was something else in my chest. Something hollow and painful. Why was he defending him? Ty's expression was skewed, sad, and wide and twisted. This guy had him brainwashed. 10 years of this. "There's no excuse for abuse, Ty. You know that, right?" I asked, standing up from the arm of the couch. Indignantly, he opened his mouth. "I know, but You better get smart. Get real fucking smart and realize you almost lost your life this time, okay? This isn't a joke. That's what really happened. They had to fish you up off the side of the road. Imagine if the cops hadn't found you first." "Eli." I heard Corey's voice, saw the flutter of Ty's lashes, the heave of his chest as he tried to keep whatever he was feeling from spilling out. "I worked a case not that long ago where a guy was beating his wife, repeatedly. And you know what happened? She refused to believe it wasn't her fault and refused to tell anybody about it until she couldn't tell anybody about it anymore because she was dead. Her husband had finally beaten her to death, and then he turned on the kids next. The anger I felt poured out of it. I wasn't telling him anything he didn't already know. I just wanted him to see so badly that it was wrong. What happened to him was wrong in every sense of the word. But it wasn't as easy as turning a light on. It was going to be slower, breaking one bad habit at a time. I remembered the first day we'd snuck out of the cottage, when it was just a collection of wood and stone that was falling apart in the middle of nowhere. We had picked through to the kitchen. I had whistled and called this place a dump. Ty never saw it that way. "It just needs a little care," he said, grinning. "Some good memories." The cottage had been a mess once. Fragile. Now, it was Ty's turn. It wouldn't be as easy as rebuilding a house, but Ty was in need of that. A little care. Some good memories. I crouched slowly in front of him, Corey watching me like a hawk, his jaw set, upset over the outburst. Not that I blamed him, even if it was the truth, and placed a light hand on Ty's knee. He twitched under the touch, and when he looked at me again, his eyes were wet and glassy. "I'm going to follow your lead on this," I said. It was an effort to keep my voice measured. Yelling at Ty wasn't fair. It wasn't his fault. And that was the point I wanted to make in the first place. I needed him to understand that. "I hope you press charges, but if that's not the route you want to take, I at least want you to start eating." Ty let out a breath. "Yeah, eating and going to the gym and just getting healthy again so you can defend yourself if that asshole ever comes back and no one's around to help." I could see the shadow of thought on Ty's face. Slowly, I asked, "Can you do that?" "Yeah," he gave a shallow nod, and the smile he gave me was watery. "Yeah, I can do that." I spent the next week playing the witch from Hansel and Gretel, or something like that. The point was, I lived in a cottage in the woods and was cooking enough food to fatten Ty up as quick as possible. Carb-heavy things and protein, which came in the form of meat mostly, and the occasional protein shake. It was a recipe Ryder had given me, and the first time Ty tried it, he'd gagged hard into the sink over how disgusting it was. I hadn't laughed like that in a long time, and judging by the look on his face, he probably hadn't either. When we laughed, he covered his face, like he was afraid to show he was enjoying himself. We adjusted the recipe, and all was well. It felt good to be home and helping Ty. I knew he was safe when I was around, and bit by bit, with each passing day, he seemed to be realizing it too. What had been tense silence the first few days grew into slow but easy conversation. The week ended too soon. Duty called. It was the first time in my life that I woke up not wanting to go to work. Just because I was working, though, didn't mean Ty had to be on his own. The old crew was more than happy to pitch in and have their time with Ty. Corey, of course, was happy to volunteer, as were Gavin and Ryder when they could. Ty grumbled at first about the rotation we had set up, insisting under his breath that he didn't need a babysitter, but never arguing, knowing it was for his protection at the end of the day. And I think he was happy to be back with the boys, too. We were best friends, sure, but Gavin and Ryder had missed him just as much when he started ignoring their calls. It was a period of rediscovery. That's what Gavin had called it anyway. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. I could tell Ty was still nervous around people. Around me. There was still so much that was unknown, and I didn't want to force it. Well, I wanted to know, but it wasn't something for me to take from Ty. He had to be ready. He had to want to share it. I'd already made it clear to him. I would be there to help him shoulder whatever shit he'd taken on over the past decade. It all just happened so fast. Right. And you didn't see anything that could help identify the suspect? I asked, gesturing to my face. Tattoos? Marks? Hair color? Eyes? Skin? Mrs. Charlotte shook her head, bouncing her baby on her hip. He was a heavy little guy who chewed on his own fingers with his gums. No, nothing. He had on a ski mask. I glanced over my shoulder. Ryder was closing his notebook, apparently finished talking with Mrs. Charlotte. That was fine. I'd gotten all I could get from the missus anyway. Thank you, Mrs. Charlotte, I said. We're going to keep looking. Here. I passed her a small business card with my name and work phone number on it. Call me if there's anything you remember from that night. Any detail. Nothing's too small. She took it and sniffed. Yeah, we'll do that. Good. She turned to her baby and waved his hand gently for him.
Say bye-bye to Detective Max, sweetheart.
I never knew what to say to babies. Bye, little guy. I raised my brows and waved back. I don't think he knew what I was doing. I don't think most 10-month-olds know what's going on around them half the time. Harlan wasn't a particularly seedy place. No, there had been an increase in activity. Ryder and I had been assigned to a string of burglaries that had been committed all over town. "That's the 5th one this month, Chief," Ryder sighed, slurping at a big gulp he'd picked up on the way back from the Charlotte's place. "We'll get 'em," I said. "We always get the bad guy." Ryder made a thoughtful noise. "Or bad girl. You never know. Could be some sexy cat burglar." I let out an amused huff. "Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is." We shared a look. Mine communicated that he was an idiot. His communicated that he knew it and didn't give a shit. Like I said, man, you never know. "Which place is next on the list?" Let's see." Setting the big gulp aside, Ryder flipped through his notes. "We'll be revisiting victim 4 of 5, the Reynolds family on Redwood Drive." The day was spent like that. Ryder and I, in the nicer squad car, being lead detective definitely had its perks, revisiting every house on file that seemed to be a victim of our serial thief. He, or she, they, whoever they are, were targeting wealthier neighborhoods in Harlem, always at night and only ever stealing a few things of high value. Jewelry and whatever things they could find made of silver or gold. It was a lot of repetition. Asking people if they had seen anything, only to be told, "No, I couldn't see a damn thing. I heard a noise and that sucker was gone before we could grab him," which left us with just about no leads, except for the local pawn shops. We stopped by at the end of the day with detailed descriptions of the items that had been missing and told them to give us a call if any came through. For now, it was the best we could hope for. I was just crossing my fingers that the thief was dumb enough to hawk the stolen goods, and that would lead them right to us. By the time I got home, I was exhausted. As easy as interviewing people was, it was a long day of chatting with people, driving, and listening to Ryder's ridiculous mixtapes. Not to mention stopping off every time he had to take a piss or refill his soda. Toeing out of my shoes, I saw that most of the lights in the house were off and that Corey was stretched out over the couch alone. I checked the clock on the oven, 11:30. It had been a long day that had bled into a late night.
You're back.
Corey sat himself up with a long yawn and shut off the TV. "Yeah, thanks for staying. Captain needed me to pull a little overtime tonight." Corey held out a hand and I pulled it, helping him from where he'd been making a decent dent in my sofa. "No problem. I had a full day with Ty." "Yeah?" "Yeah. Speaking of, where is he anyway?" Ty decided to call it an early night. Corey stooped over to lace his shoes and gave a playful roll of his eyes. "I'm just too much sometimes. It can wear people out." "Yeah," I grunted. "Yeah, I believe it." With a laugh, Corey let himself out, promising he'd be back in a day or two to check on Ty and maybe spend the day with him again if work allowed it. And then it was just me. It wasn't that Ty was loud, but I had gotten used to him being around over the past week. But for the first time since he had appeared out of thin air, I was by myself. After a long day of work, all I really wanted to do was kick back on the porch with a beer and a ridiculously big sandwich and take a long, hot shower. My mouth nearly watered at the idea. Oh, it was definitely happening. Peeling out of my uniform shirt, though, I wrinkled my nose. Shower first, then. I tried to keep quiet going up the stairs, not wanting to wake Ty if he was already asleep. I didn't stop or give it a minute to think twice about the soapy scent in the air as I threw open my bathroom door. Honestly, I had barely even noticed, until the door was open and the scent of it was strong, and there, surrounded by steam, was Ty, reaching for his towel and incredibly naked, and wet, with his dick just out. Chapter 7. Tyson. In my defense, my shower was broken. The guest bedroom had its own adjoined bathroom, so every other day, I was taking a shower there. It was nice to not have to share, to have my own private space away from everything. But when I had gone to take a shower that morning, the water was barely coming out of the pipes, and they were making this ugly sputtering sound, clearly broken. Morning shower? Skipped. No issue. I could wait it out.
Until I went to try again after saying goodnight to Corey, and surprise, it was still on the fritz. No shower wasn't going to fly. I really needed to take one. Colorado summers weren't harsh by any means, but the cottage wasn't state-of-the-art either. Air conditioning was virtually non-existent. I was hot and sweaty, and Eli usually came back late when he worked anyway, so it made sense. Pop in, use Eli's shower quick, and pop out. It was simple. It was logical. I just hadn't expected to step out of the shower and find Eli standing there. It took a full minute to process just what the fuck was happening before I let out an undignified squeak and lunged for my towel, moving to wrap it around myself but freezing at the look of Eli's face. Gray eyes did a full body scan of me, as if he was caught by the sight of me. A deer in naked headlights, and I could practically feel them on me. A full shiver breaking out over my skin. I felt a rush of warmth underneath, like I had the first time Maxwell lied to me and said he thought I was beautiful. I should have looked at his eyes when he said that. Eyes never lie. He took one step forward. I looked at Eli's eyes, a whimper slipping out over what they were saying. The heat in them was thrilling. I took him in slowly, eyes raking down his front, wide and surprised. Surprised at the turn of events first, but more by the bulge in his uniform pants. It had formed quickly. All he had done was look at me. What would happen if he touched me, or... My voice was barely a whisper. Eli. I shouldn't have said anything. My voice snapped him out of whatever trance he'd gotten lost in. I saw his face erupt in a fiery shade of red before he turned sharply on his heel to give me some privacy. With fumbling fingers, I wrapped the towel around myself quickly, trying to flush out whatever heat was starting to build up in my stomach. Shit, sorry for barging in. It's okay, I insisted quickly, my voice an octave higher than usual. I was practically fucking squeaking. He hunched his shoulders a little more. It's just the shower, my shower. I mean, it's broken or sputtering and, well, I just thought I'd use yours quick before you got back, but I'll get on fixing that, he said, the words coming out fast and hard. The tension that had spread through his broad back and shoulders was impossible to miss. I took a steady step towards him, barely thinking twice about wanting to soothe him. It wasn't a big deal if we didn't make it one, right? But he wasn't expecting it. This time I had caught him by surprise, and I know, it was the police reflexes years in the making that made him grab my hand before I could smooth the tension away. I knew he would never hurt me, but other people had. The physical memories came flooding back at the feel of his hand around my wrist. I imagined Maxwell, gasping as I braced myself for being thrown to the ground or into the wall. Would I slip on the wet tile and crack my head on the floor? Or crash into the mirror by chewing the inside of my cheek, not knowing what to say? It was pretty clear he didn't either. Shit. Slowly, gently, his hands cupped my face. He held them there like he was afraid to break me, like he thought he was too big to even be allowed to touch me. It's okay. I'm sorry. Just, can you breathe for me? I did so slowly. One breath and another. In and out. I could manage that much. Okay? He asked, and I nodded. The pads of his thumbs brushed under my eye, wiping away the tears that started to spill. I felt a tremble in my chest. He was so gentle with me, and I was still a mess. Crying at every little touch, I chastised myself quietly. But Eli must have been telepathic. He tilted my head slowly, so I couldn't just stare at my feet. Ashamed. Are you okay? He asked again. Yes. Good boy. I missed the warmth of his hands as soon as they left my face. I'm sorry. Eli apologized. He gave a shake of his head like he was disappointed in himself. I gave a little sniffle. I could relate to that feeling. I shouldn't have grabbed you like that. I won't touch you without your consent again. He frowned a little. Okay? Okay. I swallowed and gave a little nod. We both stood there a moment as I wiped the rest of the dampness away, shaking my head to clear away the feeling. Then I remembered I was still just about naked, and less than a minute ago, Eli had been sporting a pretty impressive bulge. I should... Clearing my throat, I ducked my head a little and slid past him. He took a quick step back to give me the space, forcing out, Right, yeah. Good night. I cast a look over my shoulder. He was still looking at me, still a little red in the face. I tried not to, but it made me feel shy. Good night, I told him, thinking of his promise. I won't touch you without your consent. That was good, yeah, that was fine, but I couldn't help thinking of his heated stare and having my childhood friend and longtime crush touch me in places other than my wrist. It was Wednesday, a Gavin day. When Eli was at work and Gavin volunteered to hang out with me, we usually just stuck to hanging around the cottage and watching old, bad movies, which had proved entertaining enough for a while. But I was starting to feel cooped up, staying there all day, every day, with the occasional errand here or step outside there. I told Gavin as much, and he was happy to propose a field trip. Dog Ear Books and Brew. It was a bookstore and a coffee shop in the center of Harlan. Gavin Joy's pride and joy. On the drive over, I could tell he was excited, itching to show it off. And once we got there, I could see why. The place was cute, comfortable, contemporary. The 3 C's. 4 if you include coffee. Most of it was made of dark wood, the warm yellow lighting giving the space an intimate feel. The music that played was low, and the coffee smelled amazing. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a cup. It's on the house, Gavin told me, and I swear to God I could have married him right then and there. Being the owner had its perks. We found a cushy little sofa, one of many pieces of soft furniture and tables where people could sit and sip and read their books, and settled in. Outside, it had started raining. I nestled in, the cup warming my hands. It was cozy to the max. When did you get this place? Gavin smiled, looking around. Just about 2 years ago now. Put every penny into it. It was definitely worth it. You're telling me. I couldn't stop my own smile. I'm proud of you, Gavin. He looked quickly back at me, brow raised. What? You set out and did what you always wanted to do. You've been talking about opening a place like this since you had your first cup of coffee. He laughed. Seriously, I'm proud of you. Gavin was beaming. He gave a humble shrug and sipped his coffee. You still have plenty of time to follow your dreams too, man. My grin turned sideways. My dream's long since dead. Man, that's bullshit. I glanced into my coffee. I'd been spending so much time surviving, I hadn't even thought about what would come next. You ought to make a painting. For my place. I nearly snorted. I haven't painted in years. Maxwell saw to nipping that rose in the bud. He was critical of everything, enough so that I just stopped altogether. He drained me of my zest for life and love of creating art. It's like riding a bike, Gavin said. You never really forget how to do it. I thought about it, about what it might be like to hold a paintbrush again. Admittedly, it didn't feel too bad. I might just take you up on that, I said slowly, mouth pressed to my mug. Good, okay, cause this place is seriously lacking in the art department. He laughed, looking nice and smug. If he was going to issue the challenge, I guess I'd have to accept. After a long sip, he asked, So, how's everything else holding up? Living with Eli, I mean. I gave a half shrug. We aren't completely comfortable with each other yet, but we're getting there, I think. Oh? Yeah, I don't know. He's just... I sighed, setting my mug down on the table between us. He's just so different from how he used to be. Yep, well, that's just Eli for you now. What do you mean? Gavin frowned just a little. After he came back from college, he was already different. Like he'd hardened his heart. And himself, Not closed off, but just harder. I hated that. I hated hearing that. The Eli I remembered, the one I'd spent years falling in love with, was quiet, sure, and maybe a little bit too honest sometimes, but he had always been a sweet guy. Caring. The most loving person I had ever known. I hated thinking that part of him was maybe stripped away. He's got a quick temper now, I said, thinking of a couple times he had yelled at me. About the time in the bathroom. He always diffuses it really quick after, but I looked up at Gavin, confused, knowing I had missed so much. What happened that made him like that? I expected maybe a dramatic story about a breakup. I did not expect Gavin to look at me like I had 3 heads. What?
It's just that... Gavin sighed and looked off, trying to find the right words. Ty, don't take this the wrong way, but Eli, he had a really hard time losing you. He took it hard. That, on top of his job and everything going on with his dad and the shit he started seeing every day at work, I think he just felt the need to protect himself. And the best way he could think to do it was just stop caring. The news almost hollowing. Retreat into yourself. Stop caring so you can't hurt anymore? Yeah, it was a play I was familiar with, and it hurt to know that Eli was using it. Oh. I sipped slowly from my cup, trying not to make it too obvious that my heart felt like it was suddenly breaking, knowing I had a part in hurting Eli. It was the last thing I ever wanted to do, and now all he was trying to do was help me. Maybe I could make up for it somehow. Return the favor. If Eli could fix me, maybe I could fix him too. Hey, I said, brows furrowing a bit. Has Eli ever, said anything about being, attracted to me? Maybe? Gavin's eyes widened suddenly, coffee spraying from where he started choking on it. Whoops, bad timing. What? He asked. What the hell? Why do you ask? I felt nervous even talking about it, but Gavin was a friend. I could trust him. Slowly, I began to recount what had happened in the bathroom, trying to make it sound like I hadn't been thinking about it every day since then, which I definitely had been. The full-body gaze, the growing hard-on, the blush. Maybe I was mistaken, but as I finished my story, there was a hopeful, small gleam in Gavin's eye. Listen, man, he said, smiling a little. You have to be careful with Eli. He might seem like some closed-off, big, uncaring hunk of man-meat, but he still feels things really deep. I'd say going forward with your hunch, proceed with caution, man. Right. I nodded, staring into my coffee. With a hopefulness that I kept small and contained, I asked quietly, do you think he ever knew about my crush on him? The mug Gavin was grabbing at slipped from his fingers. He gasped, I tensed, and it shattered magically on the floor, the sound dredging up something deep from inside me, a fear I had to swallow. Thoughts that were memories but still had me shaking just a little. Good thing you already drank most of your coffee, huh? Gavin sighed. Jesus, Ty. I tried not to laugh. Sorry. Damn, my timing was impeccable. No, it's fine, Gavin said, holding a hand up and leaning in conspiratorially. His eyes were bright. He was scheming. Never a good sign. Forget about the mug. Ty, listen. If you like him, you need to make a move like yesterday, okay? Seriously, I'm not kidding. Time is of the essence here. I laughed a little, watching as he flagged an employee over to help clean his mess up. The conversation was over, but I wasn't done thinking about it. Make a move, huh? Maybe, just maybe, I would. Chapter 8, Elliot. When I got home that night, the last thing I expected was the smell of home cooking. In the 2 weeks since Ty had moved in, not once had I come home to the smell of food. Usually, dinner was just whatever takeout I'd grabbed for us on the way home. Or maybe some pre-made thing that was easy and filling after a quick spin in the microwave. Not that there wasn't food in the house. I always tried to keep the cabinets well stocked so Ty could eat twice his body weight if he wanted to, but it wasn't unusual for him to be in bed by the time I got home. The house was warmed by the use of the oven, and I could hear footsteps and things moving around in the kitchen. I dropped my jacket and unlatched my gun, leaving both by the door, more interested in just what the hell was going on in the kitchen. I was prepared for dinner, for pots and pans and maybe even a little bit of a mess, because who knew if Ty could even cook? What I was not prepared for was Ty's ass in those jeans. They were criminal, the definition of which I would know better than anyone as lead detective, in how they clung to the lines of his legs and the curve of his ass. He was filling out. The clothes that Corey had brought over used to be loose on him, but now that Ty was putting weight back on, he'd probably need new ones soon. Maybe when the time came, though, I could convince him to hang on to this pair. I knew he was proud of all he had accomplished so far. You couldn't really see his ribs anymore, and he was even starting to sport a little thickness in his middle. Beyond cute, if you ask me.
10 years worth of damage was a mountain to tackle, and Ty was still a long way from where he used to be. But he was happy with his progress. Proud. Maybe even a little happy to show it off. Not having noticed me yet, I got a good eyeful of that pride. I thought of getting a handful of it, wondering if it would be soft to the touch or hard and tight thanks to all his gym trips with Ryder. Shit, I said, mostly under my breath. Not quiet enough, though, to keep Ty from hearing. I turned quickly over his shoulder as he pulled on an oven mitt. "You're home," Ty said, his eyes a little wide and bright in surprise. That was another thing that had been changing lately. He wasn't just brighter. His smile was a little less tenuous. He was relaxing, and whatever dark cloud his shithead ex kept over his head was fading every day. "I didn't hear you come in." Yeah. I shook my head and frowned a little. "I didn't know I had oven mitts." Ty smiled and turned back to the oven. "Corey found them stuffed in a drawer with a bunch of paper bags and clothespins. They even still had the price tag on them." He looked happy. I don't know why, it was strange to see. Maybe I'd just gotten used to the state he'd been in 2 weeks ago, but it made me warm in a way that wasn't because of the oven. It was like staring at the guy I'd spent years missing and even longer falling in love with. Ty, back to his old self, with an even bigger ass. I'd even heard from Ryder that he was relaxing enough to joke around with the guys again, just like old times. I'd never hated having to go to work before, but Ty was making that real. The promotion was great, but meant more hours, more work to get through, which meant less time at home with him, less time spent together. I only hoped he understood. "Hey, go get washed up, okay?" Bending over to look into the oven to see how whatever was cooking was coming along. The action was innocent and flaunted just how toned he was. "Dinner's gonna be ready soon." "Okay." I didn't really get what was going on, but far be it from me to ask too many questions. And after a long day at work, I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth and question him making dinner for me. It was a nice surprise, even if it was out of the ordinary. I trekked upstairs and took a quick shower, mind wandering the whole time. Not wanting to dirty up a new set of clothes, I kept it casual and comfortable. It was just dinner, after all. Some loose sweatpants and a wife beater were comfortable as hell and would do the trick. The smell of whatever Ty was cooking was stronger when I went back downstairs. And familiar. I rounded off the stairs to see how it was going, mouth open around a complaint about how fucking good it smelled. But when he turned back around, his eyes were wide again. His body froze. Tense again. But for what? The look of it froze me too, head cocking to the side to catch a glimpse of his expression. I'll tell you what, he was good at hiding whatever he was thinking. Not the open book he'd been as kids. But there, in his eyes, there was a little glint of something, a spark of interest. It was gone before I could be sure that's what it was. Ty turned back to the oven with a noise, clearing his throat. Was he checking me out? I replayed the look, the little flash of desire, breath coming a little less easy at the idea of it. There's no way that's what that was. Right? I mean, Ty had never looked at me like he was interested before, and if he had, I would have definitely noticed. I spent years searching for every possible sign that he might have felt the way I did. Any sign to indicate that making a play at my best friend wouldn't be a total suicide mission. But like I said, I'd never found it. Not until that moment. If that was desire in his eyes, well, shit, that changed the entire look he was giving me. At first I thought he might have just been startled, like I may have snuck up on him and triggered some memory. But knowing it might have been interest painted it in a whole different light. He hadn't been scrutinizing. He was devouring. Heat crept under my skin, running down through my chest to my cock. The first waves of arousal. I shook the feeling away as best I could. Dinner time wasn't the time for getting lost in a heady feeling of being lightly eye-fucked by my best friend. If that was even what was going on. "Are you hungry?" Ty asked, maybe just to fill the silence in the room. "Yeah," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. "Yeah, starving." He pulled a tray out of the oven, careful not to burn himself, and nudged the door shut with his foot. "Good, because I made a lot of it." Ty set it down with a thunk as he reached for the plates in the high cabinet. Starving, I thought, eyes drifting to his ass. I swear, that thing was like a fucking magnet for my eyes. But food wasn't what I was craving. The table was loosely set. I barely ever sat at it, since it was just me and the couch was closer to my kitchen anyway. But seeing as how Ty went out of his way to make dinner, actually sitting at the table and having a real meal seemed like the right thing to do. We chatted loosely about how work had been. The details kept vague and indefinite. Not because I didn't want to talk about it. It wasn't like that. It was just more of us talking to hear the other say something back. It was nice. Comfortable. It got even fucking nicer when he sat down the plates. My eyes went a little wide. Enough that he started laughing to himself as he picked up his fork. "You like it?" he asked, twirling it in his hands a little. Pot roast, with all the fixins, carrots and onion and finely cut bits of celery. Cooked to perfection. Gordon Ramsay would have licked this shit clean. Oh my God, and that smell. I looked up at him, apparently still surprised. Ty covered his mouth as he laughed. "You didn't have to make this," I told him. Surprised that he had done it, yeah, but even more surprised that he had remembered it was my favorite. He gave a shrug, almost like he was shy about it. "I know. I wanted to." I felt the smile pass over my face. "Thanks. No problem." His own smile was sweet and unstoppable. It felt like being punched in the chest and the dick all at once. Shit, he looked really good. The next part wasn't on purpose. Cross my heart, hope to die. I dug in, and the pot roast was just that good. I let out a moan without even thinking about it, just appreciating how perfect it was and how long it had been since I'd had a good pot roast. But the sound of it was filthy, almost pornographic. I didn't even notice until I heard the clatter of something dropping, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Ty scrambling to pick up the fork he had dropped after hearing it. Warmth hit me under the collar instantly, and I looked away quickly, playing it off as no big deal as I licked the taste of the sauce off my lips. That's when I heard it, a soft, barely kept groan, like he couldn't hold it in. When I looked at him again, questioningly, his face was almost red, and he started staring longingly at my mouth. Unashamed. Obvious. The flash of desire that had shone for a second in the kitchen was back, and it colored his eyes with a darkness I'd never seen in him before. I thought of reaching across the small table, grabbing him by the collar, and taking him by the mouth. I'd spent more than half my life imagining what it tasted like, but I stopped myself, hand closing a little tighter around my fork. He wasn't ready for it. Not the kind of love I had to offer anyway. It wasn't exactly a secret if you thought to ask, but I was kind of a rough lover. I liked a good tumble in the sheets, a good challenge, someone who could keep up with me. Gentle wasn't my usual Friday night, and after all the abuse Ty had already gone through, I didn't imagine he was ready for something like that, especially with how rough things could sometimes get in the heat of the moment. "It's good," I said, holding Ty's heated gaze. Suffering, truly suffering, because I couldn't just act on it and jump on him before digging into it again. "Really good, like Top Chef good." "Think of something else," I told myself. "Definitely don't think about fucking him, or having him underneath you. No, that would be trouble. Think of pot roast." Ty blinked and took a short breath before smiling again. "Thanks, Eli. Have you thought about working at Gavin's?" I asked, needing to change the subject. "The coffee shop, I mean." "Oh." Ty relaxed a little and started into his food. "Yeah, I don't know. I could help you look for a job if you want it." I gave a half shrug. "Not that I'm gonna go and make you start paying rent or anything like that. I just thought it could be good for you to just start living your life again. Get back into the swing of things." "No, yeah," Ty said. I've been thinking about it. Gavin said I could come pick up a few shifts at his place so I can see if I like it, but..." Ty paused long enough for me to look up, and when I did, I saw something in his eyes. Nothing heated, just thoughtful, unsure. "I don't know." He looked down again, picking at the roast. "I was thinking about maybe... I heard the high school is looking for a new art teacher." He made a noise, smiling a little, like the idea was an impossible dream. "I don't think I'd finish in time to apply." "Maybe," I said. "You only had a few credits left, right? You could do that?" And I snapped. "Like that. You kicked school's ass." "Until I dropped out." It was said lightly, offhandedly, But I didn't miss the little note of self-condemnation in it. The disappointment. Until I dropped out was a nice way of putting until I was forced to drop out and hide in my apartment all day, every day. I sat up a little straighter, watching him closely. Ty, he looked up. You're an amazing artist and you love working with kids. Yeah, but if you want to do this, you've got my full support. Ty paused, like he didn't know what to say. Like he couldn't process support. Until he finally smiled, looking down at his plate. Okay, look, even if you don't apply, I think going back to school is a great plan. Okay. Ty laughed a little and flicked his fork at me. Eat the dinner I made for you, would you? Yes, sir. Chapter 9, Tyson. Frustrated? Frustrated didn't even begin to cover how I felt. After the pot roast the other night, I saw that I had maybe some kind of impression on Eli. I saw the flicker of heat in his eyes after I accidentally, but maybe not totally accidentally, let out a little moan watching him lick his lips. Whatever, seeing him look at me like he wanted to eat me instead had been the first time I'd felt really turned on in a long time. No big deal. Except that's all it was. Looks. I made sure to make dinner for him every night after that, and each time was peppered with a little something extra to grab his attention. Subtly brushing against him as I found excuses to walk past him in the kitchen, or touching his hand for longer than was necessary. I'd tried running a hand down his arm, which was ridiculously muscled, thanks for asking, or touching lightly at his abs so he'd get the fucking hint. Hell, I practically crawled into his lap while we were watching old movies one night when he came home early and had the time to spare. But every fucking time, he just brushed the advances off like it was casual. Just guys being bros. It was ulcer-inducing. I was tired of being subtle. I'm tired of being subtle, I told Gavin, slouching in my seat as he passed my coffee across the table to me. I must have looked like a put-out wretch because he started laughing his ass off. I groaned. Not funny, Gavin. It's a little funny, he sighed, sipping at his latte. Look, Eli's not an idiot, okay? He has to know what you're putting out there. Then why isn't he saying anything? I muttered. Gavin was silent a moment, thinking, I guess, before he tentatively said, Maybe he's just worried you're not, ready. My gut reaction was annoyance, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Eli was protective of me, that much was crystal clear, so it would only make sense that would extend into something like this, especially this. Sex and relationships were complicated enough on their own. Throw in a horrible past relationship and wanting to get railed by your childhood best friend was just extra. And Gavin's theory wasn't without its own foundation. I still jumped at loud noises, still didn't like being touched without permission, and got a little nervous when people came up behind me. I had started seeing a therapist that Corey recommended, though, twice a week, and that had been helping a lot. I was able to talk to her about so much. The details of the abuse and just how bad it had gotten over the years, and my feelings for Eli. She had suggested it was maybe time to open up to Eli, that if I ever wanted to be comfortable with us being intimate, I had to be honest with what I wanted, which was its own special kind of terrifying. I couldn't imagine I'd ever be able to live a life without all the demons I'd collected along the way, but I could learn to live with them, and was determined to make my way towards just being okay. So I guess Gavin's perception was spot on. Just a theory, he said. I sighed and sipped grouchily at my coffee, knowing he was right. It was time for me and Eli to have a serious chat. I made dinner for two, but ended up eating alone. It wasn't unusual for Eli to work late hours, but he at least kept those late hours consistent. Rarely did he stagger home later than 11, and it was even rarer for him not to make a phone call to his place's landline to let me know. It was a habit he'd quickly built, like the one I'd built, staying up a little later than usual so I could share dinner with him. But this time was different. No phone call. Past 11. I kept his food warm, but eventually decided one night might be all right to skip out on, though admittedly it was a little disappointing. I'd gotten used to eating with someone else by now. I was by myself tonight, so I turned the television to some generic sitcom on low so the place didn't feel totally empty. Halfway into my lonely dinner, though, I heard the sound of this truck pulling up. I felt myself perk up a little as the engine died and his key fit into the door. Call it Pavlovian conditioning, I guess. Aside from the usual calmness I felt when he was home, though, there was something else. A bit of nervousness. I'd thought a lot about what I wanted to say to him since hanging out with Gavin. A dozen lead-ins and 100 ways the conversation might go. In the best-case scenarios, he'd sweep me off my feet, like literally, but again, those were best case. I tried not to think about the worst-case ones. "Hey," I said, smiling as he came through the door. But the smile disappeared when I saw the state he was in as he practically slumped out of his jacket. His gun was put on the end table heavily. Eli looked over at me. He looked dog-tired. "Long day at work?" I tried again. "Yeah," he said after a thoughtful silence. He sounded almost angry or irritated. I slid out of my seat with an empty plate, rustling around in the kitchen as I pulled the tinfoil off his plate. "Go on and take a shower," I said, deciding he'd already done so much for me. The least I could do was spoil him a little. He sounded exhausted, so maybe our conversation would have to wait till a little later. "I'll get your plate heated up." I felt his eyes on my back. When I turned, he was looking at me like, I don't even know what. Was he worried? "You okay?" I asked, preheating the oven distractedly. He gave a nod, brows pinched together as he wordlessly made for the stairs, pausing only to say, "Thanks." The interaction was beyond weird. I tried not to read too much into it. He was tired. Eli could get grumpy when he was tired. That, coupled with what could have been a stressful day? I sighed. Our little chat would have to be put off. I didn't want to put more stress on the poor guy. He showered in record time, coming back damp and in loose pants and a wife beater, with his head still stuck in the same funk it was when he'd gotten home. I lingered in the kitchen near the table as he sat down to eat. Eli took one bite, another. All of it was slow going. Something was off. "Eli, I got a call today," he said, resolute, like he'd just now decided something. I frowned. He looked so serious. "Okay." It was from missing persons." Eli waited for that to mean something to me, but when it didn't, he set his fork down with a sigh. "In Denver. I got an alert that someone put out a missing persons report on you." Denver? It was like a slap in the face. Like the minute you wake up from a great dream and remember that it wasn't real and you're stuck back in your shitty life. I fought against the sick feeling curling in my stomach, asking even though I was sure of the answer. "Who?" "Maxwell Vincent." Chapter 9, Tyson. Frustrated? Frustrated didn't even begin to cover how I felt. After the pot roast the other night, I saw that I had maybe some kind of impression on Eli. I saw the flicker of heat in his eyes after I accidentally, but maybe not totally accidentally, let out a little moan watching him lick his lips. Whatever. Seeing him look at me like he wanted to eat me instead had been the first time I'd felt really turned on in a long time. No big deal. Except that's all it was. Looks. I made sure to make dinner for him every night after that, and each time was peppered with a little something extra to grab his attention, subtly brushing against him as I found excuses to walk past him in the kitchen, or touching his hand for longer than was necessary. I'd tried running a hand down his arm, which was ridiculously muscled, thanks for asking, or touching lightly at his abs so he'd get the fucking hint. Hell, I practically crawled into his lap while we were watching old movies one night when he came home early and had the time to spare. But every fucking time, he just brushed the advances off like it was casual. Just guys being bros. It was ulcer-inducing. I was tired of being subtle. "I'm tired of being subtle," I told Gavin, slouching in my seat as he passed my coffee across the table to me. I must have looked like a put-out wretch because he started laughing his ass off. I groaned. "Not funny, Gavin." "It's a little funny," he sighed, sipping at his latte. "Look, Eli's not an idiot, okay? He has to know what you're putting out there." "Then why isn't he saying anything?" I muttered. Gavin was silent a moment, thinking, I guess, before he tentatively said, "Maybe he's just worried you're not, ready." My gut reaction was annoyance, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Eli was protective of me. That much was crystal clear. So it would only make sense that would extend into something like this. Especially this. Sex and relationships were complicated enough on their own. Throw in a horrible past relationship and wanting to get railed by your childhood best friend was just extra. And Gavin's theory wasn't without its own foundation. I still jumped at loud noises, still didn't like being touched without permission, and got a little nervous when people came up behind me. I had started seeing a therapist that Corey recommended, though, twice a week, and that had been helping a lot. I was able to talk to her about so much. The details of the abuse and just how bad it had gotten over the years, and my feelings for Eli. She had suggested it was maybe time to open up to Eli, that if I ever wanted to be comfortable with us being intimate, I had to be honest with what I wanted, which was its own special kind of terrifying. I couldn't imagine I'd ever be able to live a life without all the demons I'd collected along the way, but I could learn to live with them, and was determined to make my way towards just being okay. So I guess Gavin's perception was spot on. Just a theory, he said. I sighed and sipped grouchily at my coffee, knowing he was right. It was time for me and Eli to have a serious chat. I made dinner for two, but ended up eating alone. It wasn't unusual for Eli to work late hours, but he at least kept those late hours consistent. Rarely did he stagger home later than 11, and it was even rarer for him not to make a phone call to his place's landline to let me know. It was a habit he'd quickly built, like the one I'd built, staying up a little later than usual so I could share dinner with him. But this time was different. No phone call. Past 11. I kept his food warm, but eventually decided one night might be all right to skip out on, though admittedly it was a little disappointing. I'd gotten used to eating with someone else by now. I was by myself tonight, so I turned the television to some generic sitcom on low so the place didn't feel totally empty. Halfway into my lonely dinner, though, I heard the sound of this truck pulling up. I felt myself perk up a little as the engine died and his key fit into the door. Call it Pavlovian conditioning, I guess. Aside from the usual calmness I felt when he was home, though, there was something else. A bit of nervousness. I'd thought a lot about what I wanted to say to him since hanging out with Gavin. A dozen lead-ins and 100 ways the conversation might go. In the best-case scenarios, he'd sweep me off my feet, like literally, but again, those were best case. I tried not to think about the worst-case ones. "Hey," I said, smiling as he came through the door. But the smile disappeared when I saw the state he was in as he practically slumped out of his jacket. His gun was put on the end table heavily. Eli looked over at me. He looked dog-tired. "Long day at work?" I tried again. "Yeah," he said after a thoughtful silence. He sounded almost angry or irritated. I slid out of my seat with an empty plate, rustling around in the kitchen as I pulled the tinfoil off his plate. "Go on and take a shower," I said, deciding he'd already done so much for me. The least I could do was spoil him a little. He sounded exhausted, so maybe our conversation would have to wait till a little later. "I'll get your plate heated up." I felt his eyes on my back. When I turned, he was looking at me like, I don't even know what. Was he worried? "You okay?" I asked, preheating the oven distractedly. He gave a nod, brows pinched together as he wordlessly made for the stairs, pausing only to say, "Thanks." The interaction was beyond weird. I tried not to read too much into it. He was tired. Eli could get grumpy when he was tired. That, coupled with what could have been a stressful day? I sighed. Our little chat would have to be put off. I didn't want to put more stress on the poor guy. He showered in record time, coming back damp and in loose pants and a wife-beater, with his head still stuck in the same funk it was when he'd gotten home. I lingered in the kitchen near the table as he sat down to eat. Eli took one bite, another. All of it was slow going. Something was off. "Eli, I got a call today," he said, resolute, like he'd just now decided something. I frowned. He looked so serious. "Okay." It was from missing persons." Eli waited for that to mean something to me, but when it didn't, he set his fork down with a sigh. "In Denver. I got an alert that someone put out a missing persons report on you." Denver? It was like a slap in the face. Like the minute you wake up from a great dream and remember that it wasn't real and you're stuck back in your shitty life. I fought against the sick feeling curling in my stomach, asking even though I was sure of the answer. "Who?" "Maxwell Vincent." Chapter 10, Elliot. Ty looked like he was about to pass out. I mean, really pass out. He staggered a little, eyes shutting against the name like he'd been hit. I was up out of my seat by his side before he could even think about hitting the floor. His feet stumbled, and I put my arms around him, catching him and holding him close. Ty made no effort to push away. It was opposite. His hand clutched in the front of my shirt as he buried his cheek against my chest, breathing shaky and deep like he was trying to coach himself away from what was surely about to be a panic attack of some kind. I stroked a hand down his spine, repeating the action slowly. He shook his head, muttering something to himself I couldn't hear. "I'm not gonna let him get you," I said, voice low. I was determined. Maxwell Vincent would never get an opportunity to touch Tyson again if I had anything to say in the matter. It was times like these I really felt it in my blood. My anger at what he did to Ty could only be softened by Ty himself. I pressed my lips against his light hair, not caring if it was taken as platonic or romantic or whatever. It wasn't about making moves. It was about comfort, about promising. I'd die before I ever let that fucker have you. I felt him moving, heard the light sniffle, his eyes just this side of damp, but he wasn't crying. He'd stopped himself before they could fall. Or maybe it was what I'd said that calmed him enough. I meant every word of it, and I told him as much as he pulled back far enough to look me in the eye. Ty was a little shorter than me, enough that he had to look up at me, same as it had always been. Me and Ty. It had always been like that too. His eyes were wide, his lips parted slightly as he thought. My eyes traced the shape of them, and when I looked back up at them, it was like a silent question. Ty answered slowly with the tilt of his chin. The hand that was clutching at my shirt softened, smoothed over my chest as I pulled him closer experimentally, giving him enough time to push me away, to tell me he didn't want this, that he didn't feel what I felt, never backing out, not even as our lips brushed. It was like being touched by the wind off the lake in summer, warm and breathy, soft. When he sighed against my mouth, I felt it as much as I heard it. It sounded like he'd been holding it in forever, like he'd been waiting for this moment all his life. It was like lightning cracking. My lips pushed against his with intent, and Ty adapted instantly to the change in pace, head tilting up to match my fervor. As soon as it started, it all started pouring out. All the times I'd thought of this, wanted it so badly, but was too afraid of losing him to do anything about it, too unsure about ruining one good constant in my life. I felt Ty's tongue flick against my lips as he sighed, hot and open-mouthed, the sound of it going straight to my cock. The hands that had been hugging around him were pulling him close instead, grabbing and sliding up the curve of his back. I sucked at his tongue before we were a tangled mess, tongues brushing and lips sliding like we were both suddenly desperate for it. I was desperate for it. For him. I wanted him more than anything I've ever fucking touched before. Ty moved quickly backwards, not to get away from me, but to give himself space to jump up, because if he'd been just a bit closer, the mood would have been ruined by a quick trip to the Harlan County Medical. His legs coming around my waist and hugging tight. His thighs were thicker now. I held under one while his arms came around my neck, moving over whatever I could touch like this. My hands molded to his ass, that teasing, perfect, tight ass, as I backed him against the fridge. Something rattled. A magnet spit itself off the side and clattered on the floor. I heard him laugh at it, a gentle scoff, my cock jumping at the sound of it. Fuck, I'd never wanted something so badly. He wasn't as skinny as he'd been when we found him, but he wasn't exactly heavy either. Carrying him to the bedroom was easy, even going up the stairs. Not that we didn't stop once or twice along the way, my mouth on his neck and his fingers in my hair, scratching, and it was a privilege to hear the little sounds he'd make when my tongue touched him. Kicking his door open, I laid him gently on the bed, his arms still around my neck and keeping me close, unwilling to let me go. Every time our lips broke from a kiss, we were panting. I felt where his legs were trapped, bent against the bed under mine. I felt when he opened them, his thighs hugging my hips, leg hooking and calf brushing at my ass. Like this, I could get closer to him as we kissed, chest to chest. My weight settled onto him and... Fuck. Ty breathed the word out like it was made in his lungs. I knew why. I could feel how hard he was underneath me. It was a wake-up call, in its own special way. As we kissed, I started to slow, my emotions warring inside of me. My head and heart were devouring each other. What the fuck were we supposed to do? Was it fair to be with Ty when he was like this? When I just had to tell him such shit news? When he was emotional and not thinking straight? I broke the kiss. Ty's head rested back on the mattress, and I'd never seen his eyes so dark before. His lips swollen and pink from kissing. My cock was going to kill me for this later. Having sex with Ty when he was upset, it wasn't a good idea. Before I could say anything about it, Ty huffed a little, quick to speak before I could. "Eli," Ty said quickly, labored like he was still trying to catch his breath. "I've been in love with you since I was 16, and if you don't fuck me right now, I'm gonna lose my mind." I froze. Well, that was certainly one way to confess your feelings. "Ty, I don't know," I said, annoyed at myself, but also knowing it was the responsible thing to do. "What don't you know? If this is the right time for you..." I sucked in a hot breath, head falling as I felt his hand, rough and purposeful, as it palmed against my straining cock. His body arched under mine like he knew what he was doing. "Fuck me, Eli," he said, kissing the side of my cheek. I rubbed my hands over his sides, breath heavier as he massaged my erection. "Please, I want this. I want it with you." "I can get rough," I tried to warn. "Good." Another kiss, and this time I could hear the devil in Ty's voice. "I don't want to be treated like I'm made of glass anymore." I had him out of his clothing in record time. I liked being clothed while stripping him out of his own, tugging his shirt over his head and roughing his hair and peeling away his jeans. "These," I told him, tugging them off his feet and tossing them aside, "have been driving me fucking crazy." Ty grinned up at me from his place on the bed. "Really?" "Yeah." I put a knee on the bed, hovering over him, my hand palming him through the much thinner fabric of his boxers, tented where his cock was trying to escape. He whimpered hard at the pressure. My hand was bigger and rougher than his. I watched his eyes screw shut, felt him arch into the touch. "You're kind of a cock tease, you know that?" It was testing. I knew almost everything about Ty, except what he was like in bed. Did he like a man with a filthy mouth? By his full body shudder, I took that as a yes. "Every time you were in there, cooking me dinner?" My fingers curled in the band of his boxers, while his twitched in anticipation against my forearms. "I'd watch every time you bent over. Think of fucking you." I had promised hard and rough, but I slipped his boxers down agonizingly slow. "Of putting my tongue so deep in your little hole, you wouldn't be able to think of your own name." "Fuck," Ty pleaded. "Why didn't you then?" The boxers hit the floor. His hands moved from my arms to start undoing the drawstring of my sweats. I mouthed at his neck, biting and sucking and getting a good kick out of feeling his fingers fumble. Was he this easily distracted all the time? "I'd put out 1,000 fucking signals," he said. "Push my ass out when I checked the stove. I was one more bad move away from begging to ride your cock, you know?" I felt Ty's smile against my ear as I groaned. The mental image more than enough. He was enjoying this too. I pulled out of the tangle of his arms and he whined, realizing my pants were out of reach and still very much on. He ogled the obscene tent in them without shame. It was perfect. He didn't see what was coming until it was already happening. My hand around his ankle, flipping him over onto his stomach. Ty went with a yelp and a small laugh. It tapered off into a sigh as I ran my hand over his bare ass cheek, a finger over the valley they created just shy of his hole. His thighs twitched. "Is this all right?" I asked him, hand flat on his ass, and though it took a moment, he got the message. On a small inhale, Ty shook. "Yes!" My hand cut down, not as hard as I could, not even close, spanking him solidly on his right cheek. It was like heaven, listening to his gasp climb higher into a moan, blatant and warning. Recovering from the shock of the first time, he pushed his ass up and out, asking, "Again." I felt the need to cross myself. Tyson Rowe was a godsend. Or maybe this part of him was straight out of hell, all sin and fire. One smack, a second, his body shook and tensed with each one, skin turning pink, but it was the noises he made. Mouth open and crying out and pressing against the blankets like he'd never felt anything like it, like he never had anything so good in his life. I watched in amazement as I lined up another hit, but stopped. Slowly, in short flinches, Ty rutted up his hips against the bed, seeking friction. I made a disappointing hum. "Ty?" I pressed each hand to one of his cheeks, pushing with enough pressure to keep them from being able to grind anymore. Slowly, I spread them until he was exposed to me, whimpering at that too. I blew cool, he said, and his wish was my command. I let him turn over, giving him space as he pushed onto his shaky knees and met me at the edge of the bed. My hands ran over his bare body, up his back, the curve, over where all the old bruises were, where they were fading, over his neck and into his hair, curling and pulling. Ah! It was sharp as I exposed his neck and bit at it. I couldn't look down like this, but his fingers were fumbling, brushing over my shirt and briefly over the tent in my pants. Elliot, yes, he whined. The moment I let him go was the moment he decided to take control. His muscles surprised me. In a move that was quick and unexpected, he brought me down on the bed and threw a leg over me, straddling me, trapping me. I looked up at him with wide eyes, and his smile was both smug and shy. The gym's been good to you, I said. Ty gave a sweet shrug. Ryder's good at training people. I opened my mouth to say more, but it was cut off. The roll of his body backwards was enough to give my cock a pleasant idea of where it would later be. I reached up to wrap my hand around his cock, to touch it for the first time, but he put a hand over mine. I grinned and nudged his hand away. I still want to ride you, he told me. Maybe I should have savored it a little, but going slow in bed wasn't what I had ever done. He was hot and silky and hard, long and cut, and my hand would fit around his cock perfectly. Already it was wet at the tip, red and wanting. I pumped fast, deciding he didn't need to be led into it, and his body twitched hard above mine. Fuck into it, I told him, and he did, head hanging back as his hips pushed up to the pace I set. Every time we would come down here, Ty choked out, with your dad's beers, all I ever wanted was for you to reach out and kiss me, to turn me over and fuck me so good I wouldn't be able to walk. Ty looked down at me like he was in a haze and didn't know what to do with himself. I knew I was right. I knew you'd be a good fuck. I couldn't take it anymore. Hold on, I said, hand falling off of him. Ty rolled off of me and watched while I rooted around in the bathroom. I tossed a little bottle to him as I climbed onto the bed, pulling my shirt off as I went. Lie down, Ty. He did, so happily, which made me laugh, low and quiet and kind of in disbelief. We were really doing this. Ty seemed happy about it. I poured lube over my fingers, rubbing them together to warm them as I drew closer, and fuck if he didn't look beautiful. Spread out on the bed, flushed and waiting, he looked healthy and alive, passionate. There was a brightness in his eyes. This was the Tyson Rowe I'd fallen in love with. He watched as my finger drew close to his hole, playing with the rim of it lightly, toes curling as I pushed up inside him, slowly to let him adjust, seeking, before there was a spitting gasp, his chest filling with air. There! I curled my finger against the spot, prodding, massaging, watching and enjoying as his eyes screwed up tight and he threw a hand out to grab it, something, anything, before settling on clawing at the pillow above him. You like that? I asked, voice dark, a growl. Yes, you like it that much and I haven't even given it to you yet. Again, he whimpered, face red, like as much as he wanted to keep cool. He couldn't help himself. I leaned forward and kissed him hard, his mouth open sloppily against mine, half kissing and half trying to breathe as I pressed against his prostate. I'll give it to you when you say my name. Eli, he sighed, arms coming around my shoulders. Elliot, please. I need it right now or I'm gonna fucking explode. I kissed him sweetly. I know. My finger pulled out. I'd never covered my cock in lube so fast. Ty's eyes glued to my face up until the moment I was lined up with him. We shared a glance, and he pulled me in for a slow, passionate kiss as I pushed into him. Fire licked up my back, the warmth of him slowly swallowing me. Tighter than I expected. The kiss broke when we needed to breathe, panting against each other's mouths, our damp foreheads pressed together until I was completely taken. It was a moment of adjustment. I wanted to give him longer, but he said, "Fuck me, Ty." Hard, Elliot. How could I say no? I understood it, the need to have some control, to feel like you had power after it was stripped away from you. I didn't doubt there was a spark of pain on Ty's face when I started thrusting into him, screwing the shallow drags and plunging straight into the kinds of thrusts that rattled him, that had the frame of the bed knocking into the wall. Every thrust drew a noise, and every noise brought me closer to the edge. It was music to my fucking ears. Ty's hand fumbled, gripping the headboard above him with one hand and raking his nails over my shoulder with the other. I groaned. We were an even match. He could play rough, and I loved it. Elliot, he sighed, head lolling back as if he let himself become consumed. I had pistoned hard into him, groaning, and in return he gasped, "Baby!" I grabbed his hips hard, an anchor, a hold that kept him close and easy to fuck deep into. Each thrust driving him closer to ecstasy, the leap off a cliff that I would gladly follow him to. I wanted him to feel powerful, to feel strong, to feel fucking good for once. And it wasn't until he was asking for me, "Say it again," that I realized I'd been moaning his name. "Ty," I growled, hand running over his neck, never holding, never possessing, just appreciating, loving. "Ty, fuck, you feel so good." When I touched his cock, it was wet with his dribbling pre-cum. He cried as I jacked him off to the tune of our fucking, following the rhythm until he wrapped his arms around me, head thrown back and body tense so hard it looked painful. He came over my hand and I worked him through it, fucking through the sound of his pleading. "Come on," he sighed, whispering against my temple when I bowed my head for him. His body jostled, fingers threaded into my hair, pulling. Come for me, Eli. I want to feel you inside me, please." And then he used it again, a pet name he'd never used before, one that I always wanted to hear from him. "Baby, please, just for me." That was all it took. I came hard, and it was only after my thrust stuttered into nothing but a white-hot pleasure that I realized how hard we'd been going, how much of a wreck we probably looked. His hold on my hair soothed, his nails scratched loosely, calmingly. "You're gonna be sore tomorrow," I told him, turning to press a languid kiss to his cheek. He hummed. "What?" Ty took a minute to catch his breath before he smiled. "You like it when I call you baby." Chapter 11, Tyson. I was a goddamn space cadet hanging around Cloud 9. Well, actually, I was just standing in front of the coffee maker, but same diff. The point is, I was happy and soft and really sore. All of it from what had happened the night before. My lips twitched into a small smile thinking about it. After Eli had fucked me into the mattress and left me a total babbling mess, we had cuddled. Eli and I actually fucking cuddled. "Tell me what you had said before," Eli had said, head on the pillow behind me, his arms protectively draped over me. What?" I grinned. "Fuck me, Eli?" I felt the laughter in his chest against my back. "No, you know what I mean. I've been in love with you since I was 16. Yeah, that one." I laughed and turned over in his arms so we could look at each other. He still had that hardened look on his face, but it was soft as can be. I saw the old warmth in his eyes for the first time in over a decade. "I've loved you since junior year." "Why didn't you ever say anything?" he asked. I gave a shrug. "I was never sure if you were into men back then. I knew you had fooled around with girls before and liked it, so I just never said anything. I didn't want to ruin what we already had, and I thought maybe in college, since everyone experiments there. But we had our own groups of friends, and I figured I never had my chance." Eli huffed a little. "I think if you told me in college you wanted to fuck me, I might have passed out. I must have looked crazy smiling that much." It had been long enough that my cheeks were hurting a little. "Yeah, well, Maxwell came along after that and helped me forget that you were never going to love me back." Eli wasn't smiling anymore. I felt mine wipe away too. He held his silence long enough to make me think I'd said the wrong thing bringing up Max. Boy, was I wrong. "Ty, I was attracted to you when I was 14, and by the time senior year rolled around, that was it. I knew I wanted to be with you. I thought about it, or at least tried to. I was kinda shocked. His love was older than mine." "Senior year? Around the time your mom got sick?" I quietly asked. Eli nodded. "I don't know. You were just always there for me. Like, more than anyone else, Ty. You were my fucking rock that year. I mean, Gavin and Ryder were there too, sure, but you?" I remembered high school better than most people because it was a good place to escape to mentally.
I'd spent a lot of time dwelling on it in the worst moments with Max, just because it meant not being present, and that included senior year. Eli wasn't so much a mess as his dad always was, but senior year was rough. His mom got sick, and he kept it together at school in front of other people, but when we were alone on the docks or at my place, I remembered it was the closest we ever got. I'd wrap my arms around him and let him sink into my shoulder. Sometimes he'd cry if he needed to. Other times, I'd let him put his head on my lap and I'd just let him talk, think, whatever he needed, my hands occasionally feeling brave enough to card through his hair. He always let me do it, and I felt bad thinking I was taking advantage. He needed someone to be close, and I was there for him. But there was always a part of me that wished it was more than comforting, that it would mean something more than friendship. Really? I asked. He smiled, actually smiled, rare and gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, I knew I wanted to spend the rest of my days with you then. I thought, if he can do this for me, then I want to do this for him too when he needs it. And whatever he was going to say, I didn't let him finish. I couldn't. I needed to kiss him immediately. I felt Eli melt into it, his hands caressing at my side and bare back, holding me close, and I shivered at how warm it was. If I died kissing him, I would totally be fine with that. I probably wouldn't even notice the world coming down around us. When we broke apart, I looked up at him with wide eyes. Do you still want that? Eli nodded slowly. Yeah, I do. It was sleepy, the way we molded against each other, kissing slow and languid with no place to be. Initially, it was just making out. He did this thing where his hands would drift over my back, up and down the dip of it, brushing over the top of my ass, and it drove in its own special way. Drove me crazy. Maybe it would be just making out and nothing more if he didn't keep doing that. Eventually, he stopped, broke the kiss grinning. Your back's kinda sensitive, huh? Shh, shut up. I'm not. He skirted his nails over my back and I arched against it, humming. You were saying? Don't be a bully. But Eli was a bully, keeping it up and paying special attention to my back now that he knew for sure that it was my weakest point. With his tongue in my mouth and his huge man hands touching my back like he was made of a feather, I felt myself getting hard again. Sounds like little whimpers passing from my mouth to his. Eli slotted his thigh between mine, giving me something to grind against. A little friction. I shivered at it. I'd already come once because of him, but it was suddenly a very real prospect that I might come again. Between our kisses, something changed in Eli. When he opened his eyes to look at me, there was the same darkness in his eyes, except it was softer. I want you inside me, I told him, voice a whisper. Are you sure? Eli kissed the side of my neck. Maybe you should wait. I want it. It was an order, but I meant it. I was a little sore, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I'd handled far worse than sore. Just go slow, and I'll be okay. We were a tangle of limbs, hands wandering and not exploring. The first time had been like a burst of energy, the tension between us finally breaking and sending us colliding. But now we were taking our time, mapping, remembering. I took his cock in my hand and felt the weight of it, heard the stutter in his breathing. I went slow and listened, tried to see what he liked. When I ran my thumb through the pre-cum beating at the tip, his hand grabbed my ass harder. I repeated it over and over, teasing the ridge with wet fingers until he decided he'd had enough. Eli's weight was beneath me as he rolled us over, hands moving down my back and not stopping. A finger brushing over my hole, and I gasped. Everything was kind of a dreamy blur. Eli made me feel drunk, both of us already sort of tired after the first round. Safe to say I could probably skip the gym after that. So there was a quality to this time that felt unreal. Sweet and slow and like the best wet dream I'd ever had, because this was real. Eli was real, and he loved me. The lube was found after I fumbled in the nightstand for it. I had to lean over him to get it, and he took his time appreciating the view, laughing quietly, as he lightly slapped my still sore ass. I jumped and pressed the lube into his hand. "You sure you want me on top?" "As long as I can see you." I flushed at the answer because, well, it was romantic. Who knew big, guarded, gruff Eli was capable of romance? Whatever you want wasn't something I was used to. I was used to doing whatever Maxwell wanted until he got off. After that, I was left to my own devices. It was only ever about his pleasure, not mine. But it wasn't like that with Eli. I held to the headboard, fingers twitching and breathing labored, as Eli urged me to stand on my knees above him as he fingered me. The thickness of his finger wasn't enough for me, not after he'd just been inside of me. But he was careful, in direct contrast to how he'd been the first time. When I looked down at him, eyes stinging from how sensitive and overwhelming it all felt, building slowly, Eli was looking up at me. He looked like he wanted to devour me. "Elliot," I breathed. He massaged my prostate like he was teasing. Not light, but slow. I could take more and he knew it, but he wasn't going to give it. That wasn't what this was about. It was about being close. "I want you on top." Eli blinked up at me, voice rough when he spoke. "You sure?" Yeah. I nodded, swallowing against how lightheaded I was feeling as his finger curled. Yeah, just please." My back hit the cool sheets. I watched him crawl over me, felt the heat of his body. I could hold him like this. It would be easy to look at him and kiss him like this, which I did, sucking his bottom lip between my teeth and brushing our tongues together in a way that made me feel consumed, safe, loved and wanted and equal. Eli's cock pushed into me slowly, mouth on my neck. My fingers strained through his hair like they used to when he'd lie out on the dock and try not to think about his life. I sighed, unable to think of anything else. My world narrowed down to just him and each sweet white-hot drag of his cock inside of me. I could feel him breathing, panting, his hand hooking under my knee to pull it closer to his chest. And I moaned, each press deeper after that, his body closer, closer. My hand wandered down and shyly took hold of my own cock, and I waited to be brushed away. Maxwell never let me do it, because it meant he wasn't pleasuring me, which he never was. Not like this. Not like Eli, who watched as I began jerking myself in time with his bone-rattling thrusts. He never stopped me. In fact, I think he liked watching. My skin felt like it was burning. "Fuck, you're beautiful," Eli said unexpectedly. "I love you." It came out of me without thinking. I felt the muscles in my body tighten and almost tears in my eyes as my mind wiped itself clean. Nothing but pleasure and Eli's lips on my cheek. I was so lost in thinking about it, I hadn't even noticed the coffee was finished brewing. Shaking my head, I reached for my mug, smile growing as I felt two large arms come around my middle. Eli's chest pressed against my back in a sweet hug. The affection was something I couldn't get enough of and could definitely get used to. I tilted my head, and he nuzzled into my neck, peppering kisses on my skin. They kinda tickled. I squirmed until he let me turn around in his arms, trapped against the counter. From there, it was a short trip on my toes. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him into a good morning kiss he wouldn't be forgetting anytime soon. Eli hummed, deep and pleased, hand like a magnet at my back. The kiss turned passionate, his mouth opening and tongue carving its way into mine. His fingers skimmed under my shirt, over my skin, and I gasped, the first stir of arousal tickling my stomach. Okay, I laughed, turning back to my coffee. I need a day to recover, big guy. Eli made a noise behind me, and when I turned back to him, mug in hand, he seemed like he was thinking hard about something. Something that was not last night. He gave me a sudden kiss on the cheek, but wouldn't look me in the eye after. Something was wrong. What? Eli reached around me and took a mug from the cabinet. He poured himself some coffee, stopping only when I put a hand on his forearm. What? Is it anything about last night? No. His word was firm and confident, which put me at ease a little. It's nothing about that. That was really great. I thought so too. Eli smiled, small and earnest despite himself before that seriousness took over again. Ty, we have to go to Denver. My heart sank into my stomach. What? Why Denver? We have to go and show them you aren't missing. Going back to Denver sounded like a nightmare. I never wanted to step foot in that city again if I could help it, which I apparently couldn't, and I didn't want to ever go near Maxwell again. But if I was being honest with myself, not having any forms of ID was kind of a pain. And there were paints in the apartment that I wouldn't mind having again, especially if I was going to make a piece for Gavin's shop. I sighed pointedly, staring at my coffee as I sipped. Okay. Okay? Yeah. I half shrugged. You're right. I need to do this, and I shouldn't just stop living my life because Maxwell's an abusive... Go ahead, say it, he encouraged quietly. An abusive piece of shit. The look on Eli's face when I said it was proud. I was getting better at that, too, recognizing that what happened to me wasn't my fault. I had Eli and my therapist to thank for that. I want to move on, I said, and I want to do it with you. Eli looked pleased, but like he was trying to hide it, and it was nice to know I was the source of it this time. Warmth bloomed in my chest. I think that can be arranged. Good, I exhaled, shooting him a nervous smile. Is it too late to request backup to Denver, officer? The gray of his eyes glinted. That's detective to you, Eli said, and I'm already one step ahead of you. Chapter 12, Elliot. Damn, Ty. I can't believe you hiked all this way to Harlan. I looked over to where Ty was sitting in the passenger seat. I didn't walk all the way, Ty said, grinning a little and watching the scenery roll by. I paid some random guy to drive me as far away from Denver as he could, and then I walked. Still, Ryder sighed loudly, and I saw him shake his head in the rear view. It was hard to imagine Ty doing it all by himself. At night, without any lights, and on the verge of collapsing. It was hard to think of Ty from that time at all. Seeing him all sick and broken and beaten had been a hard pill to swallow for all of us, which is why I think Ryder practically leapt at the opportunity to escort Ty to Denver with me. I think the other part was maybe to have a good chance at wrapping his hands around fucking Maxwell Vincent's throat, but he'd have to get in line for that one. The morning that I broke the news to Ty that we would have to go and declare him not missing, he broke everything down for me too. All the shit Maxwell had done and said to him, all the control over money and food, making him drop out of college, isolating him from his friends and family until he had no one to return to. Making sure to put him down every way possible, physically and mentally and emotionally. And he was afraid to eat sometimes. Why was he so skinny? All of it made my blood absolutely fucking boil. But for some reason, that was one of the worst things to hear aside from the physical abuse. For anyone to tell Ty he was anything less than handsome and perfect, to systemically strip away his self-confidence and happiness for an entire decade until there was nothing left at all, was disgusting. I looked over at Ty now, healthy and fit and well-rested, not fearing for his life, wearing one of my smaller sweatshirts. That morning, he told me he'd kept all of that a secret for fear of being thought as weak. I huffed and took his hand where we sat on the couch. Ty, I would never think you were weak, especially in a situation like that. You're one of the strongest people I know. I know that, he said, small smile. I mean, I know that now. When you were rough with me last night, I realized you were ready to hear what happened to me. I was ready to share it. Hearing all the abuse he had suffered, though, made me sick to my stomach because I should have been there to help sooner. I should have seen the signs while I still could, while he was starting to drift away, when there was still part of him to grab onto. The regret must have been so obviously on my face. Ty took it in his hands and assured me, "This isn't your fault, it's mine." "No, Ty, it isn't. Let me finish." Ty licked his lips, determination on his face like I'd never seen. "I should have left sooner. What happened wasn't my fault and it wasn't your fault, but now I just want to move forward. I want my life back." "Welcome to Lodo, boys." Ryder gestured to the building in front of us, huge and utilitarian with a sign overhead that read, Denver Police Department. "Lodo?" Ty asked. "Lower downtown," I told him, holding the door and following them both inside. We were sent to meet with a man by the name of Jamie Flores, tall Mexican-American officer who greeted each of us with a handshake before leading Ty someplace he could be interviewed. I saw Ty's eyes go wide a little at the prospect of being alone with the guy, and even though he seemed like a trustworthy cop, I didn't want Ty to feel like we were throwing him into the deep end. "Flores," I said, "do you mind if I sit with him?" Maybe it was just one cop extending a courtesy to another. Whatever it was, I was grateful when Jamie nodded and said, "Follow me." The room wasn't an interrogation room, just a little white room with a table and a few chairs and a tiny machine that made pretty shitty coffee, which Jamie doled out to each of us. "All right, Mr. Rowe, this shouldn't take too long. Follow me," Jamie said, sitting opposite from us. "We just need to clear a few things up about your whereabouts since the night Mr. Vincent says you went missing." Ty steadied himself with a deep breath. "Right." I could see the determination in the hard set of his jaw, the seriousness in his eyes. God, I was fucking proud. "Mr. Vincent says you were there when he brought you to the hospital on the night of the 5th, correct?" "Yes." "He says he went to get something from the vending machine, and when he returned, you were gone." Yes." Ty's fingers twitched on the styrofoam cup. I felt it was the only opportunity I had to get away from him at the time." "Sir?" Jamie smiled a little. "You don't have to call me sir." "Right. Sorry. It's okay. Why did you feel you needed to get away from Mr. Vincent?" Ty looked over at me, and I gave him an encouraging nod. All the private things he'd shared with me were about to be not so private, but there was less hesitation in his voice this time. Ty wasn't weak. He had never been weak. The difference was that he knew it about himself now. "He was my boyfriend. My ex, now. He would beat me pretty often. Any little thing could set him off, and when it did, it usually somehow became my fault. He controlled my finances, and my food, and my whole life up until the 5th when, he got mad because I saw someone I knew from college. Just an old friend who said hi to me, which made him jealous." I could hear the slight waver in his voice. He had just glossed over the final incident with me, but now wasn't the time for glossing. "I know he told the cops who came to the hospital that I had gotten mugged, but that isn't what happened. When we got home, he started hitting me, but it was worse than usual. I don't know why that time was so different, but he was pissed. He got on top of me and started choking me. Ty sniffled a little and made a sound like he was angry at himself for getting emotional about it. "Sorry, fuck." "It's okay." Jamie pushed a box of tissues closer. "Happens all the time, I promise." "Right." Ty didn't touch the tissues. "I passed out at that point. I thought I maybe died, but I woke up in the hospital, all strung up on machines, and I don't know. That was it. The second he was out of sight, I booked it out of there and didn't look back." Officer Flores looked pissed. "I bet you get cases like this all the time," Ty said. "Yeah, but it never makes it right," Flores said, jotting something down on his notepad. "Do you have any evidence of the assault?" "I do, yeah. Pictures on my computer." Ty looked over at me. It had been my idea, and though both he and Corey had been opposed at the time, I knew it would be handy to have them. Bruises faded and bones healed, but hard evidence was forever. "If I got you a computer," Flores asked, "would you be able to bring them up?" "Yes." Flores gave a nod and stood. "I'll be right back then." He was gone for only a few minutes, wrangling a laptop for us. I took hold of Ty's hand and felt it shaking a little, stopping when his fingers threaded into mine. He sighed. "You're doing great," I murmured. "He looked kinda pissed," Ty said. "Yeah, he is, but not at you." When Flores was back, it was a long, intense silence as Ty rooted around, eventually pulling the folder up and turning the laptop out toward us. I had to clench my fists to keep from saying anything about it, but they were worse than I remembered. Seeing Ty getting progressively healthier was like being spoiled a little every day. The memory of how bad he had been faded with time like the bruises had. Unable to hold back anymore, I kissed Ty's temple, and he let go of a breath he had been holding. Our hands stayed intertwined under the table as Flores looked through the pictures, face set in a deep frown. He looked grim up until the moment he shut the laptop. "Unfortunately," he started,
which wasn't a good sign. "We can't press charges without a witness on this case. But with these pictures, what we can do is serve the man a no-contact order." "No contact?" I asked. "You think that's enough?" "Eli, Flores, you saw the pictures. Maxwell Vincent is dangerous." "I'm not saying he isn't." Flores held up a calming hand. "But that's the best we can do at this point in time. It'll have to do while we keep looking for other avenues of keeping Mr. Vincent away from Mr. Rowe permanently." "No," I wanted to say. "It isn't enough. He deserves more than that." But Flores was right. There wasn't much more that could be done in a situation like this. "How long would it take to process a police escort?" I asked. "To Mr. Vincent's apartment." I left a few things there," Ty said. "Identification, a few personal effects, that sort of thing." "I'll tell you what." Flores stood, pen sliding into his pocket as he nodded for the door. "I can't throw this guy in prison for you, Mr. Rowe. But what I can do is volunteer to make sure you get your things safely." "Thank you." We both stood and shook the man's hand. "Making life hard for creeps like him is my pleasure," Flores said. "I'll follow you there." Chapter 13, Tyson. I never thought I'd see this place again. Walking up the stairs to my old condo was enough to induce the kind of stress I haven't felt in 2 weeks. The visual of it was jogging my body's memory. I felt tense and sick. Thankfully, though, I had an entourage of very muscular men surrounding me, which provided at least a little solace. Officer Flores led the way, knocking on the door once we got to it. I had Ryder at my back, putting on his best "I'm going to kick your ass" face, and Eli at my side. I knew none of them would let anything happen to me. When the door opened up, I braced for Maxwell, but, hello? The guy who had answered was young. Really young. 21 maybe, and definitely not a day older. He was cute and concerned and wearing my old robe. A huge part of me wanted to breathe a sigh of relief over the fact that Maxwell had seemingly moved on. But there was even a bigger part of me that felt concerned for the new boy. He was young. How much of his life would he waste with Maxwell? 10 years? Longer? Whatever relief I felt didn't last long.
Who is it, babe?
The boy looked over his shoulder and stepped to the side. Maxwell, dressed in his own robe, took his place at the door, chin tilted out arrogantly. Seeing a cop at his door made his eyes go wide, like he didn't expect it. What he didn't expect even more was me. "Jesus," he said before turning and whispering something to the boy, who nodded and went to hide away somewhere else in the condo. When Max looked at me again, his face went soft. It made me fucking sick. I almost let myself forget how easily he could slip into being a liar, a manipulator. "Ty, I've been so fucking worried," Max started, taking a step to greet me. I flinched hard at seeing him coming at me, but I didn't have to do anything to push him away. Eli had taken a step in front of me, blocking Maxwell from ever touching me. "If you come any closer to him," Eli said, "I'll take you to the fucking ground." Max seemed surprised and pissed. Maybe a normal person wouldn't see it, but I knew every emotion by the way it looked in his evil eyes, and took a step back, never looking away from me. "We're here to escort Mr. Rowe in grabbing a few of his belongings from the residence," Flores said, professional and curt. I felt triumphant enough to smirk at him. When Max smiled back, it was sinister, twisted, and ugly. He didn't care that we were seeing it, the real him, and he took a pompous step back, gesturing with his hand. "Well, Mr. Rowe, go right ahead, but there's no way in hell anyone else is stepping foot in here without a warrant." Eli nearly growled at him. "He's not going in there on his own." "It's fine." I had to push the words out because, honestly, it wasn't fine. But if Maxwell was going to do something to me, it wouldn't be here and now. I turned and whispered in Eli's ear. "There are 3 cops here that are going to be watching him through the door like hawks," I assured, remaining calm despite my twisting stomach. "He won't hurt me knowing that." Eli tensed, and he looked me in the eye. "If he touches me, I'll scream bloody murder." That seemed to ease him just a little more. With his nod as my blessing, I turned and held Maxwell's gaze. "Let's get this over with." The first place I went was my art room, nabbing the duffel bag I kept shoved up in the corner. I looked around, exactly as I'd left it, All the half-finished paintings that never got done because Maxwell insisted they were shit and I was shit. So why bother? I looked at them where they were leaned against the walls and felt sorry for them. They weren't bad. I wanted to finish them. Keep moving forward. I grabbed cans of paint, all of them, as much as I could load into the bag, and all my brushes too, before I rushed headlong into the worst room of them all, Maxwell's bedroom. If there ever was a place that would trigger me, it was this one. All the fights, all the times I'd been put down and used until he was satisfied. My wallet and passport were still there where I'd left them too. I threw them both in the bag without looking at anything else too closely. Everything else that was still in the room and was mine had been bought by Maxwell, and I wanted none of it. I tossed the last piece of it, my little folder of important documents, birth certificate, social security card, the works for being a citizen, into my bag and made for the door, stopping short when I saw Maxwell glaring at me from the doorway. The old me would have tried to please Maxwell. "Move," I told him. "I'm leaving." "I should fucking kill you for putting me through all this." His tone was cold and vicious. He'd never loved anything, and it was clear in his voice that he never would. Seeing the look in his eye, I knew it would be true in my heart that if I stayed, I would probably be dead. There was no doubt in my mind. "The power you had over me? That's done," I said. "You need to fucking let go." "No, I'm never letting you go, Ty." His body took up most of the door. His eyes were being touched by obsession. "You're mine. You always were mine, and I'm never gonna give you up, babe." I didn't say anything to him. There was nothing to say. I held my breath and barreled past him, the bag slung over my shoulder, rattling as I made for the front door, only feeling safe again the minute I was in Eli's arms. Chapter 14. Elliot. The day after we got back from Denver, I got a call. It was Officer Flores doing me another favor by calling me personally to let me know the no contest order had been served to Maxwell. And he made it a point to let me know that he was not happy about it. "He got a little aggressive," Flores said. "He took it about as well as you might guess. I wasn't naive enough to believe this would be the end of it and that Maxwell would let it go. If anything, serving the papers might have been poking the bear. But it was a necessary legal action to ensure Ty was protected. I'd seen the possessive look in Maxwell's eye when he spotted Ty, though. A piece of paper wasn't going to stop him, so extra precautions would need to be put in place to keep Ty safe. But it wasn't all doom and gloom after we returned. I think that while there was still a part of Ty that was still worried about Maxwell, that would probably always be worried about Maxwell, a bigger part of him saw this as a fresh start. The day after we returned with his identification and papers, he applied to the local community college to continue his studies. He was still going to counseling regularly and was skittish, especially in groups of people he didn't know. But overall, he seemed a little brighter, happier. His future was suddenly visible again. I really, truly believed he was on the road to recovery. All fresh starts aside, though, some things were still the same, like this goddamn string of robberies. Ryder and I came in every day and busted our asses checking in with the pawn shops and looking over home security footage and reviewing the interviews. But all in all, nothing. Almost nothing. The only break we had was that the thief was increasing his activity. There had been 2 hits in one night in the same neighborhood. Usually he spread things out, made it seem like they weren't connected. But not this time. "He's getting lazy," Ryder chimed, sipping at his coffee as he looked over the reports. "Not lazy," I said. "Desperate." "Yeah, well, let's hope he gets a little desperate-er. That's not a word. I liked desperate. Desperate meant sloppy, and sloppy meant mistakes. It was all about biding our time until he made another one. Luckily, we didn't have to wait too long. A few nights after the double hit, a call came in and we were dispatched to the same neighborhood as before. The woman, the operator said, had called in a robbery from where she was hiding in her bedroom closet. "Has the suspect left yet?" "No, she says whoever it is still rummaging around inside." That was the break we had been waiting for. Ryder and I hopped into the car, sirens wailing and bulletproof vests strapped to our chests. Guns loaded at the hip. Ryder grinned and threw on the playlist he'd made just for busts. "Let's get this fucking clown." We were on the scene less than 15 minutes after. And by the time we rounded up to the front, the sirens were off. We didn't want to give the perp any indication that we were coming. We were on the scene less than 15 minutes after. And by the time we rounded up to the front, the sirens were off. We didn't want to give the perp any indication we were coming. We needed him to stay put long enough to make the arrest. Silently, guns at the ready, barrels down, we made our way up the darkened lawn. The whole neighborhood asleep, except for us. The moon was bright enough that we didn't need a flashlight to find the front door, which was left conveniently open and unlocked for us by the robber. "Thanks, asshole," Ryder muttered under his breath, opening the screen door quietly. I was the first in. Things were overturned, drawers were opened in small cabinets, but the living room was clear. With a silent gesture, Ryder and I split up and took opposite ends of the house. He had what seemed to lead to the bedroom, while I took the corner into the kitchen. Before I even stepped into it, I could hear the sounds of someone moving. I froze just shy of the doorway. Yelling out for Ryder to get him his backup would stop me from getting the jump on this guy. I'd have to do it by myself. I glanced around the threshold. A large, shadowy figure was pushing through cabinets, flashlight in his mouth. I couldn't see his face with his back to me. I couldn't see his hands either. It all happened in an instant after that. I took the step into the doorway, gun drawn and arms tight, poised to aim and tell him to freeze, but the sound of Ryder's feet in the hall beat me to it. Just a slight creak, but it was enough to alert the perp. He spun around, gun in hand. I caught a glimpse of it as I turned and fired without prejudice. He must have been scared and was reacting to that. I didn't even have time to fully raise my gun before the pain was splitting along my shoulder. The scent of gunpowder thickened my nose as I grunted and staggered with the force of the shot. Ryder shouted something as he came up behind me. I pointed the gun and fired once, the bullet catching the wall as the perp threw himself out the sliding glass door, running into the night. "Holy shit!" Ryder said. "Fuck! I'm fine," I grunted, hands clasping over my shoulder. I felt blood slick the skin of my palm. "He only nicked me. He left out the back." Ryder's gun was cocked and ready as he followed my direction, sprinting out the back door in search of our perp. The pain was absolute shit. In all my years, I'd never actually been shot before. It usually came down to that. It usually never came down to that. Until this asshole. I wasn't pissed that I got shot. I was pissed that I got shot by some idiot thief who got scared, and that gave him the jump on me. I tried not to let it count, though, since the bullet had only grazed my shoulder. It was nothing more than a short required trip to Harlan County and a handful of stitches before I was home free. I got the news after that Ryder hadn't been able to catch the prick on foot either. That little guy's fucking slippery, equally as disappointed in himself. All in all, a shit night. We'd run jobs more dangerous than this one. This would be one for the books. And not in a good way. Couldn't wait to just decompress when I got home. The last thing I wanted to think about was work. I knew Ty would be home. And honestly, if he was feeling up to it, even making out, I wouldn't mind a good distraction. But again, nothing was really going the way I anticipated. "What the hell is this?" he asked, pushing my short sleeve up once he caught sight of the white bandage underneath. I shrugged away from his touch. "Nothing." "It doesn't look like nothing." He stared up at me, big-eyed and imploring. I sighed, unable to lie to him. We got a call, and the perp was faster than I thought he'd be. I meant to catch him by surprise, but it just didn't work out that way. He took his shot. "You were shot?" "Yeah, Ty, I was shot." I sat down, my gun with a resolute thud. "It happens in my line of work, all right? Look, I don't really want to talk about it." That was apparently the wrong thing to say. All the years on this job had hardened me. I forgot how scary it could be to someone not accustomed to it. Ty knew fear like the back of his hand and had endured so much, but hearing I'd been shot at was hard for him to hear. It started with one heavy, shaking breath. Before I realized what was going on, it was too late to nip it in the bud. Ty had his hand pressed to his chest, breaths coming in short and shallow. When I touched his shoulder, he flinched away from me. "Don't touch me," he said, voice sounding ragged. "Please, just wait a second." I did what he asked, unsure of how to fix this, watching as it got worse and worse. Ty, what can I do for you? My heart's freaking out. I don't know. I don't know. When he looked up at me again, he was sweating like he'd just come back from the gym, eyes wide and body trembling. He looked like he had just seen Maxwell in the door. I felt my heart crack. A tight fissure because Ty was hurting and there was little I could do to stop it. Hey, I said, holding a hand out for him to take. His fingers rested on mine and I led him to sit. I thought he might be able to make it to the couch, but when I started away from the kitchen, he told me, no. So we sat down on the kitchen floor. Maybe being this low and making himself small made him feel better. I don't know. I told him slowly, just breathe, Ty. No shit, I'm trying. Hold on, just... And I took a pointed deep breath in and out. When I did it again, I encouraged him to do it with me. And he did, albeit shakily. His eyes were glossed with tears that hadn't fallen yet. With a choked voice, he told me, my chest hurts. It's a panic attack. You're okay. Just keep breathing with me. I'd seen enough to know what they could look like. And while every person's different, I knew enough about it to hope I could help Ty get through this. With every breath I took, my chest rose and fell, and I counted them slowly, voice quiet until he stopped trembling. Muscles tense, but still, his hand wrapped around mine like it was the only thing keeping him on earth. We stayed on the floor for a long time, even after Ty's breathing leveled out again. I didn't want to push him. I didn't do anything until he finally broke the silence. I don't want to lose you. The words felt big enough to break me in half. You won't, I murmured. Ty shook his head and took his hand back, wiping at his eyes. You might. It happens all the time. Ty, I'm not going anywhere. Just promise me, he said. Be extra careful on this case. You already came so close. We looked at one another for a long moment, and I could see in his big eyes how earnest and loving he was. It was maybe selfish to think, but I loved having someone worry over me. It had been a long time since I'd known what that was like. It was a loving feeling I hadn't felt since before my mom passed away. My dad was never much of a worrier, but once she was gone, well, it was like I'd lost both my parents. She'd gotten sick, and he'd hit the bottle until there was almost nothing left of him. He was still alive, but every trip I took to see him out of obligation only ended in heartbreak. Seeing him like that, wasting away in his own sadness, unable and unwilling to help himself, killed me a little more each time. Can I kiss you? I asked, not wanting to overwhelm Ty. He nodded and tipped his chin to me in a slow, shallow kiss. I'd forgot how nice it felt to be cared about. I'm not going anywhere, I told him firm when our kiss broke. I held his eyes so I knew he understood. You're the best thing about my life, Ty, so you're not going to shake me that easily. When he smiled, I felt it against my mouth. The thought struck me as Ty wrapped his arms around me and held me. Both of us uncomfortably folded against the fridge. I wanted my dad to see Ty, to know that he was alive and okay and back for good. Before Mom, my dad always loved Ty. He was part of the family. Ty had brought so much light back to my life by merely existing. Maybe he could do the same for my dad. Chapter 15, Tyson. I hadn't seen Elijah Mack since I was in high school. Senior year, to be exact. Not since graduation, when Eli's mom had been at her absolute sickest. I remembered that day, too. Crystal clear. We'd had it outside because it was ridiculously nice out, even for being late spring, early summer. Everyone had dressed up, even Eli's mom, and she'd come through to the front row wearing her finest pearls and wheeling her glimmering oxygen tank. I thought she probably felt like absolute shit physically. As far as I remember, the cancer kept her bedridden a lot through senior year, but that day, it didn't touch her soul. She watched with wet eyes as Eli shook the principal's hand and took his diploma, happy to at least see him graduate, and boy, did she put her back into cheering her little heart out for both of us. And Ryder and Gavin, too. It started out as lung cancer, but it was aggressive enough to spread to other places in her body until keeping track of them just didn't matter anymore. It was only going to end one way. And a month after graduation, it finally did. The summer before we went to college, I stood next to Eli trying not to cry so he could, as we watched her casket get lowered into the damp dirt. I'd touched his hand, not because I'd always wanted to, but because he needed a friend, and our fingers tangled together without him even caring. I wondered if he remembered that now, or if that time was just a blur. I hadn't seen Elijah Mack since then, so you could say I was more than a little nervous. I grimaced. Thinking about that day reminded me of the funeral I'd never gone to for my own parents. That was probably the thing I regretted most out of everything. Missing saying goodbye one last time and leaving Corey to bear it alone. I'd made a mental note to ask Corey to take me to where they were buried together. It was time for me to see them. An apology was long overdue.
"This is it,"
Eli said. My attention snapped back to reality as I took in the sight before me. The old Mack house, or what was left of it anyway. The place that I remembered from high school was in a state of disrepair. The paint was chipping, and things were left to rot in the overgrown lawn. The old truck we'd borrow once we'd got our licenses was dead, half resting on a pair of cinder blocks. The shutters were all closed.
"You ready?"
Eli asked. I looked up at him and took his hand, wanting to ask him the same thing. I kissed his knuckles gingerly. "Yeah, I'm ready." Elijah Mack was like this house, half of what it used to be. He used to be fit and handsome as hell, like the brawny man, but even hotter. He was probably my first adult crush. I must have been 10 at the time, until I was head over heels for Eli. Looking between the two of them now, standing in Mr. Mack's cluttered, dingy living room, Eli was a spitting image of what his father used to be, except for the slicked-back salt and pepper hair, but that would come later. The Mr. Mack in front of me looked like a ghost of his former self. The salt and pepper had faded into a solid gray head of hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. I could smell the staleness of the air in the house. Surrounded by bottles and takeout containers, he looked thinner and weaker and defeated. The realization stung. Is this what I had looked like when Eli first saw me? I hadn't even spoken to Mr. Mack yet, and already he was filling me with the sort of wisdom he tried to spout out at us at breakfast when we were in middle school. Maxwell would never control my life. I didn't want to be down and defeated. I didn't want to be lonely and shut away from the world. It was hard at first. "Dad, it's me," Eli said, and even that stung. As if Eli was too out of it to even know. "I brought a friend this time. Ty." I gave a small wave. "Hey, Mr. Mack." Elijah glanced at us from the corner of his eye, uncaring for a second, until he turned blankly back to the television set. Eli sighed and put a hand on my shoulder to murmur,
"I'm gonna go see if he has anything in the kitchen to eat.
I'll fix him up something if you're okay to sit here for a minute." "Yeah, of course," I said, shooting him a little smile. "Your dad and I are still best buds. It just might take a while to work the old Tyson charm." I sat in the armchair closest to Mr. Mack while Eli pillaged the cabinets to look for something suitable to eat. It was silent except for the television going, the same old buddy cop movie he'd been watching since we were both kids. "So, what's on for today, Mr. Mack?" I asked, plucking the VHS case up off the coffee table. "Top of the class?" Elijah shifted. "It was a start. I think I remember you watching this one. All the time, I think. Whenever I'd come over to play with Eli. Remember? You'd put it on just to get us to stop running around the house before we'd knock something over." He grunted. I pretended to read the back of the box. "This is the one where the cops are trying to bust the illegal gambling ring, right?" I knew it wasn't that one. In fact, I knew this movie with my eyes closed after seeing it a million times. But for Elijah Mack, I was willing to play dumb. I didn't expect him to say anything back, but... "No, it's the one where they find out their instructor at the academy is a dirty cop." I smiled. I could work with this. Right, duh. It's got that actress, Emily Bowers. Yeah, yes. She was a babe. Not that she was my type. No, my type just dropped a plate in the kitchen. She was. Be careful in there. Elijah slumped back in his sofa, grumbling about how plates don't grow on trees. "What other oldies you been watching, Mr. Mack?" I asked. And that got him rolling into a slow conversation that eventually picked up some speed. It was easier than talking about deep life things. If he didn't want to talk about them, I wouldn't make him. Cop movies were just fine. I glanced over my shoulder when I heard Eli's work in the kitchen end, just in time to see the ease on his face. Surprise and relief, too. He set down a sandwich in front of Elijah. "You're out of mustard, but I think I made it right otherwise. The old-fashioned mac with cheese." I smiled. "Oh, wow, I haven't had one of these in forever."
It isn't shit without the mustard.
"I'll pick some up for you," Eli said. "Do you need anything else, Dad?"
Nothing.
Eli made a noise like he didn't believe him. Judging by the sandwich, I figured he was probably running low on just about everything. Resolutely, he grabbed his keys off the coffee table. "I'm gonna pick you up some food, Dad. Some dish soap, paper towels," he said, already making a list. "You can come too. I'll stay with him." Eli looked skeptical. "I don't think that's a good idea." "No, I'm sure it'll be.
I'm not gonna hurt him."
For the first time, Elijah Mack looked away from the television, fixing Eli square in the eye.
"I'd never hurt Ty."
The statement felt loaded. He'd hurt Eli plenty of times in the past.
"I know I can be verbally abusive when I'm drinking, but it isn't like that. These bottles, they're all old. I've just been too lazy to get 'em out of here. I'm sober, Elliot. So you can leave Ty with me, and he'll be the same as you left him."
Eli looked at his father like he wasn't sure if he could trust him. Mr. Mack turned back to the television, apparently done saying his piece. "It'll be okay," I said, giving Eli's hand a gentle squeeze. "Seriously, you go ahead." Reluctantly, he agreed, and for a minute, we were both unsure about kissing each other goodbye. Before he turned and made for the door, my lips felt abandoned, but I understood. I didn't know how Mr. Mack might react to that. We watched Top of the Class for a good 10 minutes, just sitting together before somebody spoke. This time, it was Elijah.
"Where have you been all this time, Ty?"
"Oh boy, wasn't that a loaded question. I got a boyfriend after college," I said, because that part was true. And I don't know, I went and lived with him, but being together turned out to be really difficult, so I left him. Came back to Harlan just this year. Now I'm starting school again. He didn't need to know the whole truth. Mr. Mack had enough to worry about in his own life.
"That's some shit,"
he said, shaking his head.
"He hit you?"
"Ah, right. This is where Eli got his bluntness, and apparently his perfect intuition." No.
"Don't lie to me, Ty."
Elijah looked at me sternly.
"I know a haunted face when I see one. See it in my reflection every time I pass by a mirror."
He pointed to the one that hung in the hallway, currently draped in a towel.
"That's why I avoid mirrors. Hate seeing the look on my own face."
We were treading into deeper waters. Yeah, I said quietly. "He hit me." Elijah shook his head.
"He's still hitting you?"
"No, he's not in the picture anymore."
"Good."
Eli was silent a moment before he sighed, muting the television and turning his undivided attention to me. I got the feeling that didn't happen often.
"I know I'm letting him down. Elliot,
He paused and made a noise that I felt in my chest. Disappointment, raw and humbling.
It breaks my heart knowing I'm doing it to him. But I don't have the willpower to fix any of it. Once his mother left, I just couldn't do it anymore. Not without her. It kills me every day knowing I can't fix myself for my son."
His confession hung in the air between us. It sounded like he'd been waiting a long time to say it. I just think he said it to the wrong person. Eli was the one who deserved to hear it. "When I was with my ex, I felt the same way," I said. "I got hit just about every single day, and my life just started to feel like this never-ending pit that I'd never be able to crawl out of. I wasn't strong enough. He kept me not strong enough, but I saw a chance to get away, and I took it. Don't tell Eli this. I don't want him to worry, but I think about it every day. Most days I lay in bed and think, maybe I'll just never get up again, because that's what he would have wanted." Mr. Mack looked nothing short of disgusted. With a shake of his head,
"What was the bastard's name?"
"Maxwell."
"Fuck Maxwell."
"Yeah," I agreed. "Fuck Maxwell."
We shared a smile. You gotta get your power back, Ty. You're too young and smart to let Maxwell defeat you.
I could say the same thing to you, Mr. Mac. He looked at me funny, and I held it, smiling at the glint of light in his eyes. I never thought I'd see it in my own again, but when I looked in the mirror each morning, it was there again, like it never really left. And all it took was one person believing in me. Mr. Mac just needed someone to believe in him. It might have not been the same situation, but we both had something haunting us. If you do it, fight to get your power back, I said. So will I. Elijah Mack smirked. It was a total miracle.
You've got yourself a deal, kid.
Chapter 16, Elliot. It's like they say, time flies when you're having fun. 6 weeks after the dreaded trip to Denver, life was looking up for the first time since I was a kid. I don't know what Ty said to my dad while I was out grocery shopping, but when I got back, everything felt a little bit lighter. I thought that was enough to be grateful for. Imagine my fucking surprise when I got a call from my dad 2 weeks later saying he was going to counseling for all the shit that had happened since Mom. My dad never called first. I almost cried after he hung up. What did you say to him? I asked over dinner that night. Ty winked at me. That is between me and your dad. Seriously? Mm-hmm. I sighed, but I wasn't mad. I was physically incapable in that moment of being mad. Whatever he'd said to him, it worked, and I was grateful. Just another reason to love Ty. He and his old charm worked in mysterious ways. Life was good. Ever since Denver, Ty's progress was exceptional. He'd started classes at the community college and was on track to finishing his degree. He was working out and stopping by Gavin's place more, and even experimenting with painting again. Mentioning something about creating something for the shop, his therapist said she projected he'd be done needing to go within a month or so. He was smiling more and laughing more. Ty was doing more living. Ty was thriving. Which is why the phone call I got 2 days later was one I never wanted to get. The number was unfamiliar. When I answered, though, I was greeted with a familiar tone. Flores, I said. What's up? I just needed to call you, Elliot. I just felt I needed to call you, Elliot. I've had my ear to the ground on this whole Maxwell Vincent thing, just to see if he made any moves in your direction. But, uh-oh. What? Mr. Vincent dropped off the grid 3 days ago. Last seen downtown around his place of employment, but no one's seen any sign of his whereabouts since. Anger and shock and the feeling of please no, not right now started tumbling around my chest. I don't know. There's no surefire way of knowing he's headed your way, but I thought I'd give you a heads up just in case. Maybe your guys can put eyes out around Harlan? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'll talk to my team today. All right, I'm gonna get back to work, but I'll let you know if I catch wind of something. Right. And Elliot? Flores gave pause before sighing. I'm sorry. It's never fun making calls like these. Oh, did I fucking know it. I just didn't realize how much shittier it was to get them. Thanks, man. I'll talk to you later. A part of me had always known that this wouldn't end so easily. Maxwell's abuse, from what Ty had told me, was always flavored with jealousy and obsession, or having anything that made him feel good that wasn't Maxwell, ironic because all he ever did was make Ty feel like shit, was immediately attacked and gotten rid of. So it wasn't out of the ballpark to think that because Ty had a new life that made him truly happy, Maxwell would want to destroy it. The first call I made after speaking to Flores was to Ryder. He sounded just as pissed as I was, just as concerned. I told him I was already on my way to the precinct and any preparation for a briefing would help. I'll do you one better, Ryder said, moving around on the other end of the line. I'll print out the prick's photo and start putting together a little beautiful mind board. Should be up by the time you get here. I smirked. I'll see you and his ugly mug in 20 minutes then. Ty was busy with classes and visiting Gavin later that afternoon, and for that I was thankful. I wouldn't have to try and explain it all to him. The thought occurred to me that maybe I shouldn't tell him at all. Not because I wanted to lie to him, but because he didn't need this right now. Life was good for him, and the last thing he needed was a setback like this.
To be always looking over his shoulder, afraid that every moving shadow might be Maxwell ready to make his move? I'd find the right time and right way to tell him. But it wouldn't be now. I could bear this one for him. Take care of it for him. Alone. When I got to the station, I realized how much Ryder wasn't bullshitting me about the board. There it was, fresh off the printer and pinned dead center to the bulletin board. Maxwell Vincent's driver's license picture. I might have felt a little validated by it. It was a few years old, and his haircut was god-awful. "All right, boys," Ryder said, knocking on the board. "Huddle up. A contact of mine in Denver PD just issued a bulletin to be on the lookout for this man," I said. "Maxwell Vincent has been radio silent for 3 days since disappearing from Denver. He hasn't committed any aggressive act yet, that we can prosecute for anyway, but he's potentially dangerous and volatile. Last time my contact saw him, he'd been served a no-contact order, and it got him a little more than agitated. I glanced around at my team. The many capable detectives I'd placed my faith in time after time. These were fine men who took their jobs seriously and were damn good at it. If there was any group of people who might be able to find Maxwell, it was these guys. "All right, guys, we have good reason to believe he'd come to Harlan after leaving Denver," I said. Ryder snapped his gum. 3 days is plenty of time to get out of the city. For all we know, he could already be in Harlan, so we need to be vigilant." "Sorry if this is a stupid question, boss," one detective, Saunders, said. "But what would he want that's in Harlan?" "Ty. The order he was served was done by an ex who my contact believes was a longtime victim of abuse by the hands of Maxwell Vincent. The ex got away, but it's highly probable that Vincent's going to come looking for the ex. Looking for Ty, I thought. Looking to ruin everything good in his life. "Stay diligent, boys," Ryder said. "We've got his face, his license number, a general description, and the make, model, and plate numbers of a car that's in his name. Though he might not be using it. We'll be getting those out to any place with a security camera. But we need to be able to identify this guy the second we spot him. All right?" Ryder and I looked at each other. I was grateful to have a friend as competent as him. This was personal for him, too. He might not have grown up in love with Ty, but they were always close. He cared for Ty just as much as I did, and would do anything to put the sick bastard who touched him in cuffs. "Look at his face," I said. My finger landed square on his photo. The evil palpable if you looked into his eyes long enough. I wanted him taken down. Wanted him to slip up. But there was an even bigger part of me. The one that cared more about Ty than the chase, and the relief of taking another criminal off the streets. That hoped more than anything that Maxwell was far from Harlan, and not stupid enough to try anything on my and Ty's home turf. Stay aware, stay safe. Let's make sure this son of a bitch doesn't hurt anyone else. Chapter 17, Tyson. This past week was weird. Eli was weird, which sort of made everything else weird. It wasn't just that he didn't feel like being intimate. It was more than that. It was in the way we talked, a tense and thoughtful silence that hung in the air when we were alone together. I wanted to chalk it up to stress. That would explain why he wasn't being as affectionate, and why he seemed to be on edge all the time, even going so far as to snap at me over little things. Though he was quick to apologize when he realized he'd done it, the fact was that it was happening left and right. I tried not taking it personally. Stress, I told myself. That's gotta be it. The case was getting to him. He told me a little about it after being shot, semi-shot, he liked to say, and it sounded like it was wearing him down. The thief was good at getting away, the robberies were piling up, and his plate was already full of hard work and expectation now that he was lead detective. He had to prove himself even more now. I couldn't imagine the pressure, so I did all I could to make sure he had a stress-free home to come back to. It would pass eventually. Whether the case found an end, or Eli finally found a minute to clear his mind, it wouldn't last forever, and I knew that. To help in getting over the hump, I decided a good old-fashioned Rowe family meal ought to do the trick. Loaded baked potatoes and steak. Our best-kept secret recipe and Eli's favorite. He'd request it every time he came over when we were growing up together. It was a recipe I'd thankfully perfected before leaving home. With only a morning class, I had the whole day to prepare. I cleaned a bit, started cooking, set the table, and dressed up a little. Nothing fancy, but just enough to look cute. My ass working in the jeans I'd pulled up. The lights were set low. The house smelled amazing. And everything looked romantic as hell. I grinned, taking the steaks out on the counter. I'd wait to put them on until he got home, so they'd be nice and fresh. It wasn't like I was solving the case for him, but it was at least something. I glanced at the clock. He was 10 minutes late. But that wasn't unusual. Neither was 15 minutes, or even 20. When 30 minutes started to roll around, even bleeding into midnight, I felt myself getting a little worried. Usually, if he was running this late, he'd give a quick call to let me know not to wait up for him. This wasn't good. Had something happened again? The seconds were already creeping by, now that I was really paying attention to the clock. Every one of them went by at a grueling pace. Each of them brought horrible imaginary scenarios, each worse than the last. All of it building off the back of Eli having been shot once already. After an hour, I couldn't stand the silence and the waiting anymore. Trying Eli's phone was the easiest way to contact him. But even the dial tone took too long and resulted in nothing more than his gruff, short voicemail. I hung up with the resolute, "Fuck. Okay, not good. Don't panic." I picked up the phone again, fingers drumming until, "Hello? Ryder, hey." "Oh, hey Ty, what's up? Is Eli still at the station?" Ryder sounded like he was moving around, maybe to check Eli's office. "Yeah, I thought so. No, he left about an hour ago." Why? Is something wrong?" "Oh my God." "Ty." Ryder's voice was steady. I felt all the empty space in the house. Felt how alone I was here without him. How alone I'd feel if something happened to him. It only took 15 minutes to get from the station to the cottage. What the hell could happen in 15 minutes? "Ty." "Yeah?" I asked, the shakiness of my voice audible. "Hey man, just calm down, okay?" "Ryder, I can't calm down. I don't know where he went, and he said he'd be back in a normal time, but it's been over an hour, and I can't reach him on his phone." "Is it dead?" "No, he's just not picking up." I felt sick. Something was wrong. Something had to be wrong. "Ty, slow down. Ryder covered the phone with his hand. Words muffled and spoken to another person before he said, "I'm gonna leave right now and go see if I can find him, all right?" "Okay," rushed out. "Okay, I'm sure it's nothing. Just stay there and keep your phone on you." It wasn't 10 minutes before Ryder called back. "He's fine. He's okay and on his way home." I let out a huge breath I'd been holding, the relief instant and sweet. "Fuck. Oh, okay. Okay?" Ryder asked, chuckling a little. I grinned, though I wasn't really in the mood. "Okay. Thanks for checking." Ryder made a ridiculous sound. "Come on, man. Anything for you." The sound of compacted dirt and an engine drifted in through the open windows. With a glance, I saw the headlights of his truck. Swerving up into the driveway before it was all shut off. "He's home," I said. "I'm gonna go." "Okay," Ryder said, and if I wasn't mistaken, there was maybe a little trepidation in his voice before he hung up. "Good luck, kid." I set the phone down and pulled out the pan for the steaks. The time he took getting from the truck to the cottage seemingly took forever, too. The point is to get him to relax, I told myself. The door opened, and as was routine, he set down his jacket and keys and gun. I looked up at him, smile loaded, but something was wrong still. Eli looked weary in a way that just didn't sit right with me. It was more than stress and working overtime. I could see the burden on his shoulders, the weight of it, but couldn't tell what it was. A secret, maybe? I frowned a little. We didn't keep secrets. Did we? Hey, I said, testing. Eli glanced up at me before he sat and undid his shoes. Hey, I shifted and tried again. Where were you? Huh? You're like an hour late, so I was just wondering. I looked up from my steaks to find him staring at me. Just thinking. I lost track of time. The answer didn't sit right with me either. Face twisting a little, I turned on the stove. You couldn't think at home? No. With a sigh, Eli toed off each shoe with a thud. Sometimes I need time to think without you around, Ty. I turned to him whip fast, taken aback a little. His tone was harsh and biting. What the hell? The surprised and kind of offended tone in my voice got his attention. I set the spatula down and came over to where he was sitting on the edge of the sofa, looking rough. I perched myself on the arm, not exactly getting the vibe that he wanted me sitting on his lap. Eli, I sighed. What's going on lately? Nothing. Don't say nothing. I looked at him square. Something's been bothering you lately, I can tell. And I know you well enough to know when you're lying, okay? So at least you can give me some credit there. You can talk to me about whatever it is that's going on. I thought 100 things. He wanted to break up with me. He was cheating. He was tired of me. I was getting too heavy. I wasn't making him happy. I was a nuisance. All the things Maxwell had told me came rushing back. But I held the door closed against them as I waited for Eli to say something. Eli wasn't Maxwell. With a heavy sigh, Eli broke our eye contact, holding a hand out to me gently. Come here, he said. I slid onto the couch slowly, sitting close as both of his hands folded over mine and kept them clasped in his lap as he thought of the right words. The silence was killing me. Look, if he was going to end it, he needed to just do it, okay? Because waiting was even worse. I got a call from Officer Flores. Not what I expected, but okay. He called to tell me that Maxwell went missing, so there's a possibility that he could come to Harlan. It was a warning call, okay? And there's no proof that he'll definitely come here, but of course he'll come here. I said it like I'd never been more sure about anything in my life. Yeah, and that's why I gave his information to everyone at the station. He still wasn't looking at me straight on. My stomach twisted itself into knots. Eli, with a stolen breath, he looked me in the eye. His were beautiful, gray and stormy, and still holding back a piece of the truth. How long have you known about this? Ty. How long? Eli thought about lying. I could read it on his face. He called me a week ago. At that point, Maxwell had gone off grid for 3 days. They think, Jesus, Eli, you should have said something. With a sharp tug, I pulled my hands from between Eli's and stood. Here I was, thinking he was mad at me for something when in reality, I should have been mad at him for keeping secrets, especially ones this big that involved me. You can't just not tell me shit like that, I said. And I was yelling now, blood boiling. I'm going out to school and to Gavin's and the gym like nothing's wrong? And he could have been there, just around the corner every time. And what? I'd just be surprised? Ty, I'm sorry. You left me defenseless, Eli. Eli's fists clenched on his knees. I was trying to protect you. Okay, I thought you were trying to make sure I could protect myself. I gestured wildly to the kitchen. Isn't that what this is all for? The therapy and the protein shakes and workouts and eating? But you still think I'm this weak little thing who can't take care of himself. Well, newsflash, asshole. I'm not. Eli was on his feet faster than I could prepare for, face and body close to mine. His face was red and set in a deep scowl. I never said you were weak, Ty. You didn't have to. Don't put fucking words in my mouth. I looked up from his mouth, and the anger in his eyes made something deep within me flinch. That fight-or-flight instinct, the animalistic need to survive. It was only for a second, but he seemed all consumed by what he was feeling. It was the same look I'd seen in Maxwell's face before I was about to take a beating. I took a stumbling step backwards, flight, in order to get away from it. Being too close to it felt like being too close to an untamed lion. The anger was sapped the moment he saw me go. Seeing it for what it was, me trying to put a safe distance between us. Something in him crumbled, softened, and he reached a hand out to me, swearing under his breath and telling me, "Wait, I need some space." I held up a hand, and he respected the silent command. Eli's hand fell away, just short of touching me. I think we need some space. The anger had been vacuumed out of the space between us, but there was still so much, so many unsure feelings and old memories, things I couldn't just shake off. Eli sighed.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I do. I hugged my own arms, sitting gingerly again on the arm of the couch. Ty, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know you didn't. When I looked up at him, I could see the regret in his eyes, and I knew his apology was sincere. But at the same time, I need time to think. Think about what? Eli asked. About this, everything that just happened. Eli sat on the other end of the sofa. Can we talk about it? You don't have to go. I need to think, I told him, throat sticky with the sudden need to cry. I'm gonna stay at my brother's for a few days.
Chapter 18. Elliot. 2 days had passed without any word from Ty. It was like losing him a second time. The only difference was that I knew for sure it was my fault. You'd think 2 days would be nothing compared to 10 years of silence. But after weeks spent of trying to be together and building a life back around the idea of us, 2 days had me coming out of my skin. I wanted to call him. I wanted to talk to him. But Ty was firm. No contact. I was having a hard time listening. Nights spent missing the space he took up at the table and on the couch and in the bed. Finger hovering over the keys of my phone as I used every ounce of willpower not to call him. It was more than wanting to make sure he was okay. I wanted to apologize, to get on my knees and beg if I had to. Keeping the truth was the same as lying to him. And after imagining how I would have felt if the tables were turned, I knew I didn't deserve his forgiveness outright, but I hoped for it anyway. I loved Ty. The last thing I ever wanted to do was hurt him. On the 4th day of our no-contact break, I couldn't stand it anymore. Ty didn't have to forgive me or end the break or take me back or whatever. He didn't have to do anything he didn't want to, but I needed to see him. Talking to him, even if it was just going to be Ty telling me to leave, was all I wanted. I washed my hair. I'd let it get a little, let's just say, unkempt, and hopped in the truck, knowing the route to Corey's place with my eyes closed by now. His place was a nicer house closer to Harlan proper. Not so in the middle of nowhere as my cottage, but Harlan was small, so the drive was quick. The truck rolled into Corey's driveway in no time at all. I hopped out and steeled myself, expecting a fight when I got to the door. Turned out I was steeling myself for the wrong shit. The door, when I stepped up to it, was open. Corey never kept his door open like this. Nobody in Harlan did anymore. It was a safe place, but it wasn't like it was the 50s anymore, and I hadn't called ahead, so there was no reason for him to be expecting company. I'd seen pictures like this before. A wide-open door was one of the first things I often saw when called to a crime scene, be it a break-in or domestic or, well, anything really. An open door with no one to greet you was universally a bad sign. The dread I felt was instant, flushing from head to toe. Liquid sickness. Something was definitely wrong here. I took a step back, my hand retracting from the door until I was making for the truck again. I had a spare radio from work I kept in there, just in case I needed to be called in on something big. Or in case of something like this. Stumbling onto a scene that looked suspicious. "Hey, this is Detective Mac," I said, eyes never straying from the dark doorway. I hoped against hope that Corey and Ty would come up to it with a bashful look on their face, claiming they'd just forgotten to close it all the way, but I had no such luck. "This is Detective Mac, requesting backup at the old row house off County Route 8. I've got a suspicious scene here. I repeat, requesting backup." The radio crackled. 10-4, Officer Mac. There was safety in numbers. Whatever was wrong here would be remedied when they showed up in a matter of minutes. But on the other hand, this wasn't just a stranger's case. This wasn't something I could easily separate myself from. This was Ty. This was family. Gun cocked and barrel to the ground, I approached the home slowly. The open door was the first obstacle, and once I cleared that, I was inside. But being there didn't bring me much relief.
Throughout Corey's neatly kept living room and kitchen, there were things overturned. A small end table, the lamp lying on the floor next to it, and a chair lying on its back. And little things were knocked from the shelves. Soda and a bowl of popcorn were out on the coffee table. Like whatever had happened took them by surprise. The signs of a struggle were obvious and everywhere. I followed the trail that seemed to spill through the home. The front door was probably kicked in, or they'd opened it and let their assailant in. And from there, the struggle began in the living room and moved down through into the kitchen, where I froze. Every part of my body felt numb and cold, except my heart, which was beating overtime, on the verge of combusting. A small trail of blood cut across the white linoleum. Cold dread seeped into my bones like a chill I couldn't shake. Whose blood was it? Sickly, I wondered if I even wanted to know the answer. The soft linoleum pressed beneath my boots as I followed the trail, breathing tight for fear of what I'd find at the end of it, stepping over each elongated drop as it led to the cracked back door. Fingerprints where someone had fumbled with the doorknob, a victim running away, or a perp giving chase, were smeared, blood red and messy. This was it. I took a deep breath, preparing for whatever was on the other side of that door. Was it Ty? Corey? Maxwell? Swallowing against the cold bile in my chest, I decided it wouldn't matter. Not until I saw it with my own 2 eyes and knew for sure. Kicking the back door out, I swung around hard, taking in the back porch quickly, glad that I knew the terrain and knew what to look for. A man shouted, curled on the ground near the steps. He shrank into himself, covered his face. "Freeze!" His name was Jordan Elway. I held him on the porch until backup arrived not even a minute later. The man was hurt. Who he was and what he was doing there was unclear as of the moment, but what was obvious was that he needed medical attention. With the scene secure and the potential threat neutralized, Jordan Elway was thrown into an ambulance and transported to Harlan County. I'd have to deal with him later. First, I had a call to make. When I told Corey the news, he sounded shocked. I don't think he'd ever driven so fast in his life, save maybe the time he found out they'd found Ty on the side of the road so many weeks ago. It felt strange to remember that time. Less than a season had passed, but life seemed so different. And it was all because of Ty. Corey seemed disheveled when he got out of his car, hand in his messy blonde hair as he spotted the police tape and cop cars and ambulance pulling away from his house. "What the hell happened?" Corey asked, making a move to enter. With a hand to his shoulder, I stopped him. "Eli, let me in. This is my place." "I can't let you in just yet." I sighed, knowing if it were me, I'd be fighting for the same thing. They're taking pictures of evidence. There was blood they need to sample and... "Blood?" I gave a solemn nod, and it didn't take long to notice there was one body missing. "Does Ty have class right now?" I asked, glancing into the back seat to find it was definitely empty. I thought about it. I didn't remember him having classes on Thursday. Corey raised his brow. "Wouldn't you be the one to ask about that?" I gave a shake of my head. "I don't really need the Protective Brother Act right now, Corey. He isn't with Gavin today, and if he's not at the college and he wasn't here to report the robbery, then..." I saw the same thought register in Corey at the exact same time. His face dropped of its color, and I felt the same cold dread creep in. An instant frost. "Ty's missing?" "I'm sure it's okay," I said quickly, knowing it was most likely not. It hurt to try and defuse Corey, to keep him from freaking out right away, because not knowing where Ty was easily the most stressful thing I could think of. "Stay here. I'm going to go question the neighbors and see if they saw anything." "Eli," I sighed. "Look, Corey, I'm going to find him." "No, that's not..." Corey shook his head, irritated. "What can I do to help?" If the circumstances were different, I might have spared him a smile, but I don't think I could have faked one if I wanted to. "Ryder's going through the scene right now with the blood spatter analyst." I nodded toward the house. "Talk to Jim at the door and they can give you a rundown of what they have so far." With a nod and a heavy heart, we parted ways. Corey's closest neighbor was directly across the street. A little old retired lady who lived by herself with her 2 ancient cats. She was like a local legend nowadays. But back when Ty and I were in high school, she was a freshly divorced woman who paid us every week to mow her lawn. When I knocked on the door, she answered immediately, and I had a suspicion she'd been watching from between her curtains since the moment we pulled up. "Yes?" she asked, pushing her glasses up her face. "Mrs. Harrington," I said, "have you been home all day?" "Why, yes, I have. Why do you ask?"
Well, Oh, where are my manners? She smiled at herself and shook her head, making space for me to come in. Would you like some tea? You can have a seat if you'd like. Thanks, Mrs. Harrington, but I cut easily, quickly, feeling a little bad for squashing her offer. Time's really of the essence right now. I need to know if you saw anything suspicious next door before we showed up. If you saw Ty at all. Who? Tyson Rowe? Oh. Mrs. Harrington made a grim face. I looked out the window earlier, about an hour or so, I think, and saw Ty getting into a town car with a man I'd never seen before, walking behind him. Ty didn't look hurt or anything, mostly just angry about something, I think. Angry. Did you see what kind of car it was? Or the plate numbers? It was black. Definitely a town car. Older model, but... That's all right, Mrs. Harrington. You've been really helpful. Oh, but wouldn't you like to come in? I was already bounding down her front steps as she called after me. Turning over my shoulder, I told her, "Some other time, Mrs. Harrington." I didn't have time for tea or cookies or cats right now. Angry, I thought, feeling a bit hopeful. Angry was good. It was all I could do to hope that Ty's spark of anger could be the fine line between life and death. Chapter 19, Tyson. I'd never been shot before, and I have to say, it really fucking blows. To say I was livid was an understatement. And honestly, I think that was at least distracting me from the pain of literally having been shot in my side, not knowing how the hell Eli dealt with being grazed so casually. I was still alive, so the bullet hadn't hit anything serious, I hoped. But I'd taken it pretty good. More than a graze was for sure. I glanced up from where I was hunched in the passenger seat of a random town car, wetting the gag he'd put in my mouth in time to catch a haggard profile of Maxwell, unhinged and muttering to himself, maybe planning his next move. I'd been an idiot to not see this coming. 2 hours ago, I was home, or as close to home as I could be without being with Eli, Corey's place. Staying there with him had been nice, but that day, with him at work and not having any classes, I had the place to myself for quite a while. I made some popcorn, treated myself with some of the sugary shit Corey kept stocked in the fridge for me, and kicked back on the couch with a book I'd barely had the attention span to read all the way through. I was glad for the silence, and I needed to think, and I did think for a long time about, what else? Eli Mack, infuriating, loving, absolute idiot, careful. That was most of what I was thinking. But the thought that ruled them all was I miss him. 4 days felt like the reprise of my 10-year disappearance, and we were coming up on the 5th. The moment I realized I was waiting around for him to call me and apologize was the moment I was ready to go back home. I thought of sleeping in his bed, of waking up with his arm over my wrist and watching him sleep in the early hours of the morning. Even if it was time spent angry at each other, I didn't want to be away from him a moment longer. Rereading the same paragraph 5 times, I stopped only when I heard the jiggling of the doorknob. I stood slowly, moving to the hall to watch it shake. Anyone who was allowed inside already had a key. That left a litany of other suspects. But the one I feared most was the door was kicked. Once and solid. Something in the frame cracked. No, I ran. All of my coherent thoughts only lasting a second before I felt like an animal trapped in a corner. Knowing I was out of time was a hard pill to swallow, the door bursting open under a heavily swung foot. I tucked myself into the space between the sofa and the end table, hoping he wouldn't find me, knowing it was foolish to think that. Footsteps moved through the living room, stopping short of the couch. I glanced up and, God, it felt like my stomach dropped into my ass. The world as I knew it stopped existing, stopped turning, and I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. Only able to hope this was all just a nightmare. "Hello, Tyson," Maxwell said. "Miss me?" I stood slowly, taking a shaky step backwards to put any space between us. He looked haggard and wild in a way that I had never seen before. Anger had always been what possessed him whenever he hit me, but this was something different. It made him look like more of an animal than a person. The look in his eyes crazed and obsessive. The fear it struck in me was instantaneous. What are you doing here?" I asked. I couldn't even say his name. "What?
He held his arms out, grinning. I couldn't come see my favorite little whore? The name coiled around me. It used to control me, beat me down, but I wouldn't let it this time. Maxwell? I said, holding my own. There's a no contact order. You need to get out of... Oh, that? He laughed a little, plucking up a handful of popcorn. Yeah, that. That little fucking stunt really pissed me off, I hope you know. Were you trying to piss me off? The neighbors saw the cops at my door. Pretty fucked up of you humiliating me like that. I watched him chew the popcorn with a psychotic confidence before he pointed to me. Don't worry, not gonna hang around your brothers all day. I'm going. Maxwell smiled. And I'm taking you with me. No. The smile faltered in the corner of his mouth. What? I'm not fucking going with you. Are you insane? I took another step back. Maxwell, you need to leave right now. No, I say when we leave. The force of his voice shook me to my core. It was getting easier to separate the things that triggered my memories of him from what was happening in the present. But this was the ultimate fucking test of it. My whole body felt pulled tight like a rubber band. Maxwell, and I say, we're leaving right now. He took a step towards me, and it was like the start of a race. A gun blown that sent us both into action. Everything moved too fast to comprehend. My body moving on autopilot in some attempt at surviving as I ran for the kitchen. He was blocking the way to the front, so that was my next best chance. But his body was quick too. Full body, he slammed into me, knocking me with enough force to send me into the wall. As I sank to the floor, I kicked up into his groin, and he stumbled back enough for me to make a run for it. Maxwell recovered quickly, though, and it was a tense moment of this way and that way. The only thing between us, a decorative chair that I tipped over in his direction. With his hands distracted, I hoped I'd be able to make it, but I felt a hand on my hair, pulling and twisting hard. With a shout, I elbowed him in the chest, and when he let go, I turned and it became a struggle of force. This time, I was ready for him. I wasn't too thin, too helpless, too afraid to fight back. Shouting, I shoved him hard in the chest, and that was enough to get him off me. From here, I could see the back door. Safety, I thought, knowing I could run to a neighbor and have them call the police. And I ran to it like I was in a dream, reaching for the handle but going too slow. A burning heat like I'd never felt in my life slicing suddenly into my side. The sound of the gun registered a second later, and I felt myself knocked forward by the force of the bullet. Stumbling into the door, I touched my side, and when I looked at my hand, it was red and bloody. Maxwell was coming up behind me, and I sank to the floor, grunting and wrapping my mind around the fact that I was just shot. Where had the gun even come from? I reached for the door handle desperately, but it was no use. A fist in the back of my shirt, Maxwell dragged me to my feet, heading for the door. Let's go, he growled. I've got a car waiting. And that's how I ended up in this miserable fucking town car. Maxwell turned to me suddenly, catching my glare. Apparently, he wasn't used to me having a stronger side, and he reacted by backhanding me hard enough that my head knocked back against the glass. I groaned against the gag, pain blooming in my head. Fucking don't look at me like that, he commanded. I'm gonna kill you for leaving. You hear me? Panic in his voice, he grabbed my hair again, forcing my head up. This is your fault! Normally, those words were the only words necessary to make me whimper and beg for mercy. But I wasn't the person he'd spent 10 years making me into anymore. I held his fluttering stare with intent. You don't scare me. He didn't touch me the rest of the ride, and barely spoke to me. Most words uttered under his breath to himself as we drove deep into the thick of the woods for what felt like hours. The sky was getting darker, the miles stretching, and the realization that finding me would be difficult without any witnesses slowly began to sink in. I couldn't let Maxwell see the fear in my heart, but the possibility of never being found, of never seeing the guys or Corey or Eli again, was terrifying. We're here, Maxwell said to himself. Here. It was just a cabin in the middle of nowhere. A new fear was ignited in my chest as he climbed out, opened my door, and manhandled me to the front door. I knew no one would hear me this far, so I didn't scream. But I didn't make it easy. Maybe I could run into the woods and find help. But a solid blow to the back of the head was enough to subdue me long enough. Slumping and dizzy, Maxwell sat me in a chair and tied my hands to each wooden arm. I gave an experimental tug, hoping they were loosely tied.
Knock it off!
His hand came down across my cheek, the gag muffling my shout of surprise. With a heavy breath, I glared up at him. From what I could see, this room was nearly empty, except for the occasional unused piece of furniture. What the hell was this place? What were we here for? Had he brought me here just to beat me and kill me? The moment I thought it, I realized how true it was.
God, do you see what you make me do?
Maxwell asked, voice low and cold, void of feeling, and he slapped me hard enough that the chair rattled, threatening to tip, my head throbbing. Each hit followed the one before it with a little more time to recover, but it wasn't always enough to catch what he was saying. They were mantras I'd spent the past decade repeating over and over again.
Your fault! Your fault!
His hand gripped hard on my jaw, forcing it up to look at him through swelling, glossy eyes.
You stupid fucking bitch!
His hand gripped hard on my jaw, forcing it up to look at him through swelling, glossy eyes. He was actually enjoying this.
Did you enjoy fucking that meathead?
Yes, I thought indignantly. I held his gaze long enough for him to get the point. His spit hit my face a second later, and as I tried to wipe it away on my shoulder, straining in my chair, I felt my whole world tipping. His foot was on the chair between my legs, guiding the chair back until gravity took care of the rest. My head hit the hardwood with a shattering thud, my eyes fluttering as I felt consciousness wavering. Was this it? Was he really going to beat me to death this time? I felt myself slipping into an old place in my mind, like returning to your childhood bedroom after years away from home. Maxwell was talking, but I wasn't listening, eyes glazing over as I turned the key and returned to the place I'd spent 10 years hiding from him. He could hit me as many times as he wanted, but he'd never take away the good memories I had, little bits of the past that kept me feeling warm and distracted while I endured some of the worst things in my life. If I was going to die, then this is where I'd be while Maxwell did it. It was always a place occupied in my mind with memories of Corey and my family, playing together in our old house and family vacations, dinners and holidays, and long nights with Gavin and Ryder, and days spent on the docks with Eli, heart aching as I hoped he'd maybe love me someday. Returning to it, I found the place had been turned over, filled with fresh happiness. All the memories I felt myself clinging to were the ones I had with Eli. I felt tears slip down my bruised cheeks as Maxwell pulled my chair upright again. His hand threaded into my hair to lift my face so he could have a good angle. I thought of Eli, of smiling at each other over homemade dinners, of listening to music in the car, of him catching me stepping out of the shower, both of us excited and embarrassed to be in a situation like that, secretly hoping the other wanted us. Of kissing him hard and fucking him slow. Of waking up in the morning with his breath on my cheek as he snored softly, unburdened and holding me close. Of lying on the dock with his head in my lap. I took a breath and shut my eyes, bracing for the next hit.
Freeze! Don't move!
There was the sound of something bursting, both Maxwell and I flinching hard as the front door exploded open behind him, and I blinked hard, processing the flurry of activity that was pouring into the dark cabin. Flashlights piercing the dim light, people in uniform moving, swarming, and taking Maxwell to the ground before he could even reach for the gun tucked into the back of his pants. I swallowed hard, the realization that it was over, flooding me with enough strength to make me break down, head hanging as the tears fell freely down my face. I wasn't going to die. I looked up, one voice rising above the rest, in time to see Eli charging Maxwell, murder written across his face. First prepping to swing, but Ryder was there, stopping him at the last minute. "He's not fucking worth it. The cops will handle it," Ryder coached, steering Eli away from where they were cuffing Maxwell, dragging him bodily out of the cabin, presumably towards one of the cop cars, their red and blue lights swimming through the cracks in the shutters. I saw Eli relax, shoulders falling out of their "I'm going to beat you up" position, and our eyes met, pulled together magnetically. My face was swollen, my vision blurry, but I smiled as Eli undid my gag, kneeling in front of me. His fingers skirted over my cheek gingerly. "I'm not gonna break," I croaked. He grinned a little. "I know, but you definitely need to see a doctor." Sniffled and leaned forward, willing to settle for a hug. I wanted him to touch me, to feel his hands and feel safe again. But he did me one better, tilting his head and planting a soft kiss on my lips. I kissed back with as much power as I could muster, leaning into the hand cupping softly at my cheek, not caring how much it hurt. "Seriously," he muttered, the kiss breaking slowly. Eli ran a finger over my swollen lip. "We really need to get you to the hospital." Epilogue, 1 year later. Eli. I tried to think of all the other times I'd been nervous. There were too many to count, obviously. But few times had ever made me more nervous than I was now. Standing on the dock outside my cottage, my hands fiddled around my back as I stared over the lake, clean and clear and open, the water lapping gently at the shore. The sun was setting behind the mountains, and along the waterline, lights from other houses were beginning to turn on. The summertime air felt good on my skin, even when there was a light breeze. A perfect night, almost. I grew up on this dock, sitting here for hours and hours on nights like this, sipping beer and just talking. I remembered all the times Ty had guided my head into his lap and let me just lie there, his fingers scratching through my hair lightly, and even thinking of it now relaxed me. How did he always know what I needed? How did I ever get so lucky? I remember wishing every time we'd lie there that he might bend down and kiss me. We talked here about our futures and dreams. We grieved here months ago, after Ty had finally worked up the courage to go with Corey to his parents' joint grave. A visit a long time coming, an apology 10 years in the making. We'd rejoiced here when Maxwell was sent to prison. We got the news nearly a month after he'd been released from a long stint in an institution. He'd nearly beaten another young man to death, but this time his victim had the video to prove it. We'd celebrated when Ty finished his first painting in 10 years and had it officially displayed in Gavin's shop. A lot of memories were made here, and tonight I was going to make one more. If I didn't totally fuck this up. Tyson, don't be afraid to, dress up a little. That's what Eli had told me anyway, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to play along. I picked out the nicest button-up I had and a tight pair of jeans, hoping I'd catch his eye during whatever it was he was having us do tonight. I tried asking a million questions, but all he kept answering was, "It's a surprise." I stepped out of the house, expecting to find him waiting in the truck. Instead, I saw a string of tea light candles strung along the small steps of the porch, the light touching my eyes as I followed their curve. It was a trail that led down the grassy hill, sloping to a place I didn't need a guide to find. The dock. Eli's in my place. I looked up from the flickering trail, stopping short at the sight, and, "Oh, Eli." Eli smiled at me like he was unusually shy. He made a gesture towards a table he'd set up, dinner for two on the lakeside, but it wasn't nearly as impressive as he was in his dark, finely tailored suit. I suddenly wished I had dressed up a little more. I expected maybe a fancy dinner, and he heeded happily. When he kissed me, I felt it in my knees how strong he was. We sat and ate, my favorite this time. I laughed at the sight of it. Steak with Max Mac, an old mac and cheese recipe I hadn't had since I was maybe 17. Eli's mom made it all the time. I looked up at him, eyes wide. "You made this?" He gave half a shrug and lifted his glass of wine. My dad might have helped a little. Our glasses touched, and I shot him a coquettish look over the rim of my wine. Oh, he was definitely getting something nice in return for this. Dinner came and went with easy conversation, and he surprised me even more by pulling out dessert. More wine and apple crisp with ice cream melting over the top. After a single bite, I shared stories of the same events from different perspectives, most of them ending in admissions that all we wanted to do as teenagers was put our hands all over each other. I thought for a moment. "It's not an anniversary, is it?" I asked. "No," he smiled, rare and gorgeous. "Not an anniversary." "Then what?" I began, trailing off as he took my hand in his over the tablecloth, looking for the first time that night, a little nervous. "Ty, I want you to know you're my best friend." "Just friends?" I asked, smile mischievous. "No, more than that." You're my best friend." Eli took a breath. "You were the first person I ever fell in love with, and I want you to be the last." I opened my mouth to tell him the feeling was definitely more than mutual, but I stopped in my tracks as he reached into his pocket, fiddling with something, a little black box. My heart swelled 6 times bigger in my chest. "Eli?" I whispered. My eyes were probably huge, the size of fucking saucers, and for once, so were his. "Ty, I love you so much I sometimes think it's gonna kill me. Literally," I murmured, and we both laughed. "Sometimes, literally." But Eli's tongue flickered over his lips, and I followed the movement of it until he opened the box, revealing a shining silver band cushioned in red. It was simple and elegant and beautiful and... "Holy shit," I said, voice shaking. "You don't have to say yes," he told me, staring at me earnestly. "But if you'll have me, I want to make you happy. You make me happy, and you've stuck with me even when I'd be pushing you away. So, would you do me the huge favor of being my..." "Yes! Yes! Yes!" My eyes were wet with happy tears, and my smile felt unstoppable. "You didn't let me finish," he hummed. "I don't care," I said, standing suddenly, and he did the same, taking the ring from its box to slide onto my trembling hand. "Yes, yes, obviously yes. Whatever you want to be." Eli laughed. "I'd like you to be my husband." "Yes," I said again, pulling him down for a kiss, because I needed to do something with the electric love I was feeling radiate in every part of my body. I held his face in my hands, and when the kiss broke, I said, "Yes." Again, just because I could. With a sweeping gesture, Eli had me off my feet so fast I was gasping and clutching to keep from falling. Like a true gentleman, he carried me up the hill and over the threshold of our home, the tea light flames having burned down to the wax behind us. "You're gonna have to do this again after we really get married," I said. There's something we have to do first, though." "Oh?" The only warning before he kissed me openly, staggering as we made for the stairs, and I urged with a laugh for him to put me down. Reluctantly, he did. I weighed more than I did the first time he'd carried me to bed, so I didn't take offense. "I like this suit," I said, letting him hold me between his body and the wall. Eli untucked my shirt with a hard tug. "I bought it just for this." "Oh," I gasped, body arching against his as I felt his hands skim up and down my back, flesh crawling with a sudden need to be touched all over. "I'd let you fuck me right here if you wanted. I want to enjoy it," Eli said. The bed. Breaking the kiss with a smile, we shared a look before I was turning and fleeing up the stairs, laughing as I left him in the dust, unbuttoning my shirt and letting it drop somewhere in the hallway. Before I could throw myself on the bed for him, Eli was behind me, pinning my chest to the wall, and I shivered at the coolness of it. He guided my hands slowly behind my back, and I looked at him over my shoulder. "Am I in trouble, officer?" He laughed quietly. "That's detective to you, remember?" His hands ran appraisingly over my body, and I saw him sink to his knees. The next thing I saw was a flash of heaven as his lips pressed into the small of my back, wet and warm, and the little love bite he pressed into my flesh drew an obscene hum from the deep in my chest. He undid my fly as he closed my eyes, enjoying every minute of it. "You wore those jeans I like," he said. I was hoping it'd get you to look at my ass. I'm always looking." Roughly, he pulled my jeans and boxers down to my ankles, and I was suddenly very naked in the middle of the hallway. The exposure made me shiver excitedly. I could feel his eyes all over me. "Eli," his lips drifted over my spine, lower, lower, over the swell of my ass, dangerously close to "Elliot." When he shushed me, I felt the soft vibrations of it near my entrance, one hand exposing it to his wandering mouth, while his other moved slowly over my cock. I felt absolutely spoiled, cheek pressed to the wall as his tongue dipped between my cheeks, the tip circling and drawing hiccuping gasps, until he decidedly pushed his tongue in past the first ring. My body wound tight.
I couldn't keep my hands behind my back anymore. My nails dug into the wall, scratching as he licked the trail of fire clean from me. I felt like I was twisting in the best way possible, the attention to my body, something I was still getting used to. "Eli, please," I asked, wanting more, wanting anything he'd give me. Fuck me. I just want you to be..." He asked, tongue sliding away. My body missed the wet warmth of it, and I whimpered. "Inside me," I breathed. "I want you inside." I felt him stand behind me, caging me in against the wall, and I gasped at the feeling of his cock, straining in his jeans as he pressed it against my ass. Two could play that game. I pushed my hips out a little, grinding lightly against him. "You can tease," I said, sounding more wrecked than he was. "But that just means you're gonna have to wait longer." I turned and held his gaze, piercing and dark and lidded in gray. I wanted to get lost in them, wanted him to get lost in mine. "Don't make me wait," I said, turning so we were chest to chest. And when he kissed me again, it was slow and passionate, tongue skimming along mine, our legs tangling and tripping on our way to the bed. My hands knew their way around him now. I pulled his jacket down over his shoulders and began unbuttoning his shirt. "But, wait," he said, breaking the kiss. Panting slightly, I looked up at him questioningly. "On the bed," he said, kissing my cheek. "On your knees." I shivered. His voice was low enough to go straight to my cock, already wet with pre-cum. I did as he asked, turning over on all fours as he circled behind me, rolling his sleeves up his stupidly attractive buff arms. I saw his reflection in the bedroom mirror, watching as he undid his tie and his belt, both dropping to the floor. When he touched me, it was to let his hand slide over my spine, and I groaned. "Just touch me, Eli," I asked, an idea sparking slowly, remembering what he liked. "Please, baby. I want it." I don't know why the pet name sparked such dark desire in him. Maybe it was just when I said it, a confirmation that he was something more to me than just a friend. Maybe it was the way I said it, when I wanted him to skip all the pleasantries and fuck me hard like he'd done our first time. Either way, it usually got me what I wanted. He unzipped his dress pants, pulled the lube from the drawer. My breath stuttered, a keen falling from my open mouth as he slid a finger slowly inside me, thick and knuckled, finding my prostate easily and wasting no time in letting me adjust to the pressure. Each press against it was intentional, hard, controlled. The contrast was stark, my arms shaking as I tried to hold myself upright, panting slightly and head hung in concentration while he just stood there, watching my face twist in the mirror. As the fingering went on, I thought maybe he was kinda sadistic for keeping me waiting this long, and then his finger stopped moving. I made a noise desperate enough to make him chuckle. "If you want it," he hummed, voice filled with affection rather than teasing. "You're gonna have to start moving, Ty." He probably thought I wouldn't. He probably thought I'd start babbling for him to fuck me. Well, I could tease too. I pushed deliberately back against his steady hand, one finger not enough to satisfy at this point. But I'd make it work. With a wobbling smile, I let out a moan that sounded downright pornographic, sprinkling in little yeses and Eli's here and there. I'd made his cock jealous of his finger, which was a totally ridiculous plan that actually fucking worked. I held Eli's gaze in the mirror and saw his will wavering. "Baby," I sighed, putting it on a bit. "I love it when you fuck me just like that." With a gasp, I was flipped onto my back. The laughter poured out of me as Eli pulled me to the edge of the bed by my legs. Even he couldn't help smiling a little as he pulled his cock from his pants, not bothering to shed them. Not that I was going to complain. I kind of always fantasized about him fucking me in a suit like this. I just always thought it would be on our wedding night. "Oh, you're unbelievable," he said. "You love me." "I do." Smoothing the lube over his cock, I watched with hungry eyes, taking the moment to enjoy just all of this. Being in a safe and happy relationship, being in our home with my fiancé, and oh, I could get used to saying that. Fiancé, fiancé, fiancé. "Do you need to be anywhere tomorrow?" he asked, lining himself up with my hole, and I shook my head. Eli smirked. "Good. You're not going to be able to walk right for at least a day." Before I could ask why, he was snapping into me hard enough to make me see stars. I cried out, body writhing and making space for him to go deeper, because while it was always enough, it was never enough. I needed him closer. I clawed at him in earnest, pushing the shirt off his shoulders because I needed to touch his heated skin. The rhythm fast and needy. Elliot, fuck, he mouthed at my collarbone, the bed shaking with every thrust. My bones felt like they were rattling too. I can't remember all of what I said exactly, but it was a lot of babbling about how much I needed Eli, how much I wanted, and his answers were short and gruff, but I could feel the love poured into every letter. It was all in the way he held me close and took me rough, knowing I wouldn't break, trusting that I was strong enough, and I trusted him in return, knowing he'd never do anything to hurt me, never push me too far, never give me anything short of what I needed. I came with his name in my mouth and his hands all over me, sweat dampening the ends of my hair, good enough that I had to lie there for a long moment after he'd come inside me, because the world was sort of hazy. Eli groaned, hands tracing over my body sweetly. Kicking his pants off, he collapsed on the bed beside me and kissed my cheek. I sighed. "Oh, that was fucking good." Sorry, I said suddenly, not really thinking about it. We looked at each other slowly. "I meant to suck you off." He laughed at how disappointed I sounded. With a tender hand, he cupped my cheek and kissed me, both of us loose and warmed. I could taste the wine and vanilla ice cream on his lips still. Maybe next time, Ty. Could he feel my heart through my skin? Could he tell how hard it was beating just for him, never for anyone else? Beating like it always did, even as kids, whenever he got too close, and I could feel how badly I wanted him rising up, unstoppable. "Eli?" "Yeah?" I held his hand to my cheek, never wanting to let go. "I feel alive."
This has been Made for You, written by J.P. Oliver, narrated by Max Christian. Copyright 2019 by Special Fiction Books. Production copyright by Special Fiction Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.